Hello, everybody! Laz Killer Barb. Anybody out there who's lurking in the dark? How the heck is everybody? We're gonna start off our day as per usual. We're gonna shout out Killer Jam 25. Killer's here every day. I talk about him every day. You are an awesome dude, my dude. Thank you for Civ 6. And Barb, you're getting on Civ 6? Excellent. We could all conquer the world together, or betray each other and stab each other in the back. Either way. Welcome back to the frozen north, where strange flesh beasts are milling about the outside of our colony, gradually freezing to death as our prolonged meal is coming back with super weapons from our neighbors across the mountain range down in a slightly less frozen area. Meanwhile, we're sleeping in beds made of human leather in our technologically advanced, obnoxious freaking shack in the woods made out of random assorted materials. We've got one raw human meat, 2 simple meals, and a good handful of packaged survival meals. What are we at? 40 packaged survival meals. So 10 days of food. Should get us through to spring. Because we're in winter. It is negative 66 degrees out. It is 25 degrees indoors. God, I hope Rachel doesn't freeze to death. Please don't freeze to death. Psychite tolerance, alcohol. Yeah, we sent her with beer. She'll be fine. So, when last we left, we gave Barb a nerve spiker and had her fight the flesh beast while we repaired the walls from the inside. We managed to kill the original finger spike. We popped the tri-spike, and as the 3 tri-spikes came out of the finger spike... Hang on there, Tom. Don't get ahead of yourself. Yeah, I can't afford to let you have mood problems. Never mind. You do what you gotta do, bud. How long until my son died? 17 days! Unsightly environment. Mediocre barracks. Slept in the cold. My friend Key died. 8 days, huh? Disturbed sleep. We're having issues with mood. This is the hardest I've had to manage mood in a long time. We took away Tom's role in the hopes that the moderate expectations would go back to very low expectations, but the debuffs he acquired far outweighed the buffs that he acquired. So we're back in this this situation. I'd love to press fast forward, but given how close we are to mood problems, I think we might just chill here and take a sip of our coffee and talk. How the hell is everybody? So, speaking of Killer being a kind individual, Civ 6 is on sale. I think it's like $3 or something, and he was like, hey, Nether, you want to play some Civ 6? And I was like, yeah. And so we got online, we got on Discord, and we're playing last night. Of course, I didn't play the tutorial. I jumped right in, and I was like, I have no idea what the hell I'm doing, and I was just pressing buttons. It was a good time. Then we called that, and I actually started playing the tutorial. Kind of figured out what's going on. I got a rough concept of what's going on. It's definitely a game. It's enjoyable. I got to get better, because I'm playing too slow. I can feel how slow I'm playing. I'm like, all right, 97 turns go by, and I get a new unit. Fantastic. But all things in time. I also hopped on Palia last night and did a little bit of the main quest line. And so now we're back on the rim. Yesterday's Oxygen Not Included session was absolutely wonderful. All right, we are going to speed this up. I'm in a mood right now. But I don't think they're scheduled to eat packaged survival meals, so we're going to have to keep an eye on them. Yeah, things and stuff. Stuff and things, all that good shit. Both of our heaters are on, and it's still 25 degrees Fahrenheit. It is below freezing inside. But you don't have hypothermia, do you? No, just multiple scars and a missing toe on Barb. She is just an absolute wreck. Tom over here is 100% healthy. And also a much better combat person. Tom cooks, reads, and shoots. That's what Tom does. Barb builds things, and Barb builds things. Now, we are not in a great position as far as food, but we are coming out of winter. We've got enough packaged survival meals to get us through, some of which are still our originals. The rest of which are the ones we've been cooking. We unlocked packaged survival meals, and we were able to cobble together enough resources to get just a touch of rice going. I swear I come into the stream to get roasted. Right? I mean, at least she's keeping her, You are, though. Look, stab scar on your neck, old gunshot from a mini shotgun, and a missing left second toe. Not even like the pinky or the big toe, like just straight up one random one in the middle. 88% movement, 96% consciousness, 91 manipulation, 75% talking and eating, 78% breathing. Poor Barb. We got to get you turned into a robot real quick. Are these things ever going to freeze the fuck to death, for Christ's sake? No health conditions. No health conditions. No health conditions. This is troubling. They need to freeze to death before Rachel gets back. God, why did I pick this playthrough? This is an absolute nightmare. Did they eat? No, they didn't eat. They ate before they went to bed? Okay. We have, like, everything turned off, including our comms console. No reason to keep your comms console on when absolutely none of your wealth is on map. We have a little bit of food and medicine, a smoke launcher, a revolver, a masterwork recurve, and then the weapons they're wearing. And that's it. Weapons and clothes they're wearing. We do have a dead rabbit outside. It self-tamed during the finger spike attack of 2024. Are these things going to please goddamn one day? At negative 60, you fuckers are not... Are you for real here? There we go. There's the hypothermia kicking in on those sons of bitches. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, guys. We're gonna keep trucking along here, seeing if we can... What did you eat? Hang on a second. You ate something. Oh, there must have been a scrap of pemmican just floating about here. I have no idea what's going on. Let's hit 2. Gonna have to get you some food in a second here, but we're gonna let you get a little hungry because your mood can take the hit. Can't wait till those finger spikes freeze to death. I want to go get that goddamn rabbit. Okay. Oh, you know what I'm going to do real quick, guys? I'm going to put on a little background music for myself over here. Do feel free to set the mood accordingly. I've been asked why I don't use, like, royalty-free lists before so that we could listen to everything, but the music I like is not royalty-free music, so I like to listen to what I like. I don't know about you guys, but I like music that I like. It's good stuff. But it is not royalty-free. And also... Even if it was royalty-free music, you know, story time. I've left streams because they're listening to music that I hate. I might love the person, but if I have the person up on my second monitor over here, which is where you guys are, which is where chat is, basically, and I'm doing my thing over here, because that's what we do, right? Nobody just sits and watches a stream and it's just like, all right, I'm attentive at every moment. I mean, I'm sure some people do. I sure as hell don't. ADHD. I got 3 monitors and this thing that I never turn on, but I have something on every one at all times. And I've been watching people's streams, hanging out a little, chatting, and their music is going, and I'm like, this is clashing with my music, or this is clashing with my vibe. And I've been like, man, I want to show support here, but I'm gonna mute the tab. And then it's a slippery slope. Once I mute the tab because I don't want to hear the music, it's like I'll be like, you know, go doing my ADHD thing, and I'm like, I got too many things open. Well, I'm not even listening to this. Let me close this. And then bam, I'm not in somebody's stream before. And that being said, I'd rather not have music coming through stream and let you guys set the mood. I mean, the game music is one thing, I feel like. I did actually turn the game music off for a while for the same reason. But, you know, it's on. If anybody would like me to turn the game music off, I'm cool with that. I've got music going in the background, I think. I can't really hear my music. There it is. I gotta get some earbuds. I can't stand wearing regular headphones. Big old ears here, and like the glasses. Like as soon as I put them on, I got maybe a half hour before I'm like, God damn, get these fucking things off my head. They hurt. And as far as earbuds go, I cannot wear the ones you shove inside your ear. I don't know how the hell you people do it. I don't know how you take that little rubber nubber and just go shove it into your ear canal. Can't do it. No, absolutely not. I don't want to support Apple any more than I already do, but those are the only ones that have the shape I like. They kind of just sit in your ear and put the thing where it needs to be. Hi, Julie. How you doing? Give me a hot second to feed some people here, and then I'll get you sorted out with a shout out. Unless Barb's here and she can do that real quick for me. Tiny ear holes. Yes, my ear holes are very dainty. We're gonna do a shout out for Julie over here. I think that other shout out's on cooldown. So Julie Pixels, guys, go check out Julie. Wonderful human being. We met playing Ani. How the hell are you doing, Julie? What's the good work? Did you check out Palia yet? I know you get motion sick with first person. I don't know how you do with third person over the shoulder, but it is totally some combination of Pal World, Animal Crossing, and Stardew Valley. I'm not saying it's like an end-all be-all game. I'll probably play it for a little while. I like the building system. I like that you can literally, like, because it has you can build just from your character, but then you can press to go into build mode, and it's just an overhead, and you can just lay out things, and then you can move anything, including, like, you could build a house and fill it with all sorts of stuff, and if you go into build mode, you can pick the house up and move it, and it moves all your shit. Like, you don't have to go and rip everything off the walls and move the house and redecorate. You just pick the whole house up, move it over here, and it's the exact same thing, which is freaking cool in my opinion. I'm doing the Nether Cloud thing. So anybody who doesn't know me, when I play games, especially RPGs and stuff like that, my big thing is inventory space, right? So the first thing I'll do most times in a game that you can increase your inventory is I grind towards that goal. So like, Nether, don't you care about the story? No, I want inventory space. Nether, don't you care about collecting the collectibles? Don't care, I want inventory space. Hey, you know that item is kind of rare and you might want to keep it for later. Will I get another one? Yeah, I mean, you get them, they're just rare. Fuck it, I want to sell it for inventory space. And that's what I've been doing in the game. I've got one more upgrade to go. It is super expensive. It's 25,000 gold. You start with 2 inventory lines. I think I've grabbed 2 more, and there's the last one. The first 2 are reasonably inexpensive and easy to get to. Since I've been playing around with a lot of different games during the week, because I was playing the hell out of it on the weekend. During the week we play Rimworld and Ani, and stuff like that. So I've kind of ramped up my grow operation in that game so that I can log on once or twice a day and just be like, all right. Get the seeds and the worms and the fertilizer out of the production spots and harvest, plant, and water. I'm really hoping they actually have sprinklers in that game. That would be cool. Although I think with the right kind of fertilizer, you can just about instantly grow the thing. I want to get rid of this zone. I know I'm going to regret that later when I put it back in, but like these zones are unnecessary. You can go away. This one needs to stay here so that when Tom drops meals on the floor, it registers. He does sometimes drop them and they land on the other side. We've finished Death Rest. We don't have any vampires, but it is what it is. I don't think we can physically grow Devil Strand on this map. If anybody knows a way to grow Devil Strand on this map, please let me know. You can't grow Devil Strand in hydroponics, right? Let's research a harpsichord. We're going to make Tom a royal one day, if we get that far. If we get that far. Are these things dead yet? Can you please die? No health condition. How do you not have health conditions? You had hypothermia. This is going to be a whole thing, isn't it? We need to get Rachel back on map when she gets here, and she's probably going to have a breakdown. Should we try and deal with these things? I mean, if we aggro them, it becomes a whole thing, right? My mom wants me to become the family accountant. It's a trap. Big meme from Star. It's a trap. Absolutely. Never manage other people's money. It just puts you in a place that you're responsible for their problems, and they will blame you for everything when things go south. At least that's my experience with it. How are the rituals? We got 5 days until we can summon I'd say a member, but more like a meal. We could micromanage this light bulb a little bit, I suppose. I mean, we've got a little battery power. The problem is then when we hit the dead of winter, we get 0 solar. So, although this is going to help us in the summer, unless we get more of these things down, it's going to be problematic. And like I said last time, I already fucked this shit up. This shouldn't be here. It should be over 1. Because we're going to move this lamp down here. If the lamp stays here, different story. But the way this works is, so like, if it was here, we would put that one there. And then this one would be able to fit right here. And that would leave us a spot right here for support. So we'll sort it out as we need to later. Maybe we'll just do a different design on this thing. We don't have to do the spirally design. We could do a squarey design and put the supports on the outer bit. Sure, why the hell not? Doesn't matter. Nothing matters. None of it matters. Got to get there first. So we like to talk about goals at the start of each day. Today's goal is more or less to... You guys are not freezing to death. This is not good. Today's goal is more or less to get some more of these hydroponics going. If we could get like 4 or 5 of these suckers down and save up some rice for next winter, I think we'd end up being in a pretty good position. Provided, of course, we can last that long, we don't have severe mood breaks. All right, I need you to eat, I suppose. Yeah, everybody's going to get too close to mood breaks. You need food as well, Tom. The problem is, Tom is really upset because we had to kill and eat his son. I mean, I don't blame him, but I mean, we've already gone 15 days. It can be a good way to learn about what to do and what not to do with money stuff. What are we talking about? Money. Oh, yeah, money. I forgot about that. I'm just being ridiculous. I mean, if you're good with money and that works, I think more rather than don't manage other people's money is don't mix family and business. I mean, some people do that. I mean, I think Julie and Aya both work with their families. So, again, I'm an insane human being. My family was an absolute shit show. You know, my mother managed the finances in my family. It's another history time. We'll talk about mental illness because whenever I talk about my family, that is the sub-theme of the conversation. So, like, my father was one of those people who's like, I don't want to deal with shit. I retired. I put my time in. I just want to collect my retirement check and not think about anything. And, of course, that doesn't work when you've got 3 kids and a wife and you live out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere in the woods. You know, shit kind of doesn't go smooth in those situations. So, my mom took on the finances. And anytime we had money trouble, my dad would just be like, what the fuck are you doing with my money? This piece of shit. Glad he's dead. Some people just do not cry when certain people die. But anyway, I digress often and shamelessly. Can we sneak Tom out to butcher that rat? Not that it matters. It's a little on the risky side. I almost feel like we should deal with these freaking finger spikes before Rachel gets back, because this is going to be problematic. The issue is that if we attack one of them, the other ones are going to get aggroed. Our mood is dog shit, and it's raining outside in the dark. Don't worry. You don't have to be sorry. Life's awesome. Right now it's awesome. Other than money. Money is problematic. I need to sell my soul at one point here or another so I can actually sort my finances out. Although I don't know that it's worth very much. It's kind of tattered and torn a little bit. But that's what coffee's for, right? To get through the rough days. I gotta get a haircut too. I am in desperate need of you know, we're doing Minecraft on Saturday, and then we started Hollow Knight this past Saturday. God, I don't want to take too long off from Hollow Knight, because we might have to legitimately start over completely. I mean, probably not. I kind of remember the gist of it, but I'm almost tempted to take an additional day off either next week or next Saturday. I could use a day to just, like, sleep all day so that I can use my actual day off to, like, post things on Craigslist and return phone calls and do emails and scheduling and shit. Also, I got to catch up on YouTube. I keep saying I'm going to do YouTube stuff on the weekend. Doesn't happen. I really want to learn how to deal with money. I know it's an important part of living, and I know it sucks to not have money. Yeah, I mean, that sounds good. I never learned to deal with it properly. I legitimately just live by the seat of my goddamn pants over here. I'm just like, well, I need money tomorrow. Better find a way to get money tomorrow. Ooh, building material. I saw that shadow and I was like, what's coming down? I didn't see a notification. Meteorite. All right, so granite. I feel like they must up the meteor percentages on this map. Yeah, my family wasn't a good example of how to handle money. Yeah, mine too, mine too. These spiky boys are problematic. Hang on a second. Now, I would hate to do this, but if we... I don't want to save Rachel, but... Alright, we'll let her come on map with a shock... No. Yes. No. Yeah, I mean... No, I mean... Yes, I mean, no. You know what? We'll let her come on map with the Insanity Lance, although they were a little on the stingy side. I mean, I think that's kind of a good way to be. You know. Keep the belt a little tight. Makes dancing kind of hard, but, you know. Who has time for dancing? Now, I don't know how the aggro on these sons of bitches work, but this guy being isolated out here makes me want to take him out. I think we might want to try and take these sons of bitches out. I mean, we got a little bit of firepower. Our mood is terrible, but the best thing I discovered was I didn't have to own a thing to love, appreciate a thing. Yes. Yes. Agreed. All right, so you're shivering, you're shivering, you're shivering. So I think the threshold on this is about -50. If I remember correctly, watching Francis's thing, he was trying to like ride the line at about -50. Or was that Celsius? I don't know. Seems to me when it's down here at -63, they're getting hypothermia and shivering, but when it got up to -44, they were not. So that's a thing. Ones that sunk in my finances were way better. Like, that thing is pretty, and then walk away. Yeah, so I don't buy things. I don't think I've bought clothes in, like, I don't know, like 7 or 8 years. Like, I'm literally, like, all the clothes I have were either gifts or are very old and falling apart. I legitimately, like, I'm hard up on money in the way that, like, I'm like, I can't afford to go buy a bottle of water, you know? I mean... Probably could buy water if I didn't drink coffee, but then I just want to jump in front of a bus. Yeah, I'm not like... Again, I'm not looking for sympathy. I've changed a lot in my life. But when I tell people I grew up poor, I think it's difficult for them to actually picture the kind of poor I grew up. You know, they picture, like, a shitty apartment, you know, like, cockroaches and, like, you know, like... rundown piping and stuff like that. That's not the kind of poor I grew up. I grew up the kind of poor, like, a house made of the garbage wood that people were throwing away. Like, legitimately, like, just go to a dump, find anything that's even vaguely reminiscent of wood, you know, old tattered doors, whatever, and go get a bucket of rusty, unmatched nails, and that kind of gets the idea. I showed Hannah and Crow and a few other people my house growing up. I went on Google Maps, and I was like, yeah, that's where I lived. And Hannah was like, where's the house? And I was like, it's right there. She's like, I see a beat up old horse barn. I was like, no, that's my house. She's like, and she was like, I could hear, like, the heartbreak in her voice, like, that's how you grew up? That's terrible. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. Like, I didn't grow up ghetto poor. I grew up, if the snow is too hard outside, we freeze to death poor. Like, I grew up, you see this? Our colony has more wealth than my family had growing up. Yeah, I grew up country poor, not city poor. Like, our colonists here are doing better on wealth and comfort and food than I did. I legitimately remember there was a snowstorm one year, knocked out the power for 6 days. My family spent the entire 6 days wrapped in like 3 layers of clothing, sitting next to the wood stove, freezing on one side while we cooked on the other side. We just all just kind of slowly rotated and like a freaking rotisserie chicken next to the stove. Meanwhile, the thing's got cracks in it and stuff like that. One time my mom decided like, oh, I can't get the fire going. I'm going to use some lamp oil. Horrible idea. Never throw a cup of lamp oil into a burning fire unless you just want to blow the whole fucking place up, which is exactly what happened. The damn freaking fireplace, pretty much, if you picture one of those cartoons where there's an explosion inside of a barrel and it like jumps off the ground and shoots fire out of all sides, that happened. There's a crack in the side of the goddamn thing that we couldn't. It's like, oh, why don't you get a new wood stove? Can't afford a new wood stove. So you get this like patch stuff, and you gotta like not have the fire on for a while, and you gotta patch it and let it dry, which of course means you're freezing to death the whole fucking time it's going on. Then eventually it dries, and you turn the fire on, and then the thing swells and moves, and the patch stuff cracks. So like legitimately sitting next to a fireplace, there's like a little crack in the side, just like little puffs of smoke coming out of the side. It's fantastic. But yeah, we sat around that fire for 6 days. They never that's literally how long it took them to plow out our streets. Like, we were the last on the list, far out in the middle of nowhere. So, I mean, I digress. Again, it is what it is. It was what it was. I got out of there, but as such, I really don't have a good sense of how to manage money or be any type of normal, quote-unquote, human being. I'm very just okay being dirt poor. I'm not okay being dirt poor, but used to being dirt poor. So the fact that I have a pretty good computer, nice monitor, a roof over my head that doesn't leak. God, when it rained in that house growing up, it rained in that house. Like, there was no real separation between us and the elements. Like, even picture windows. You know how people have, like, windows, whether they're single or double pane, whatever. We didn't have, like, real windows. My dad would just, like, find scraps of plexiglass, 1/4-inch plexiglass, and just glue it to the side of the fucking house. Once you can get by without money, everything else is kind of easy. Yeah. I mean, we gotta try and take these spikes out, right? They're not dying on their own. Is your hypothermia getting worse? Minor hypothermia. This is just problematic, right? Like, I think we should kill these things, but if their hypothermia gets any worse, yeah, Rachel's almost home. All right, guys, we gotta do something here. We gotta do something. Your mood is awful. I think we let Tom sleep a little bit, and then we bring him out. I mean, they've got cabin fever, so we could totally fix the cabin fever by going out in the rain and shooting at monsters. Does that sound better to you, Tom? Would you rather be inside, Tom? Or would you rather stand in negative 40-degree fucking weather shooting at goddamn fucking flesh-masked beasts? That thing's just too close for me not to take this opportunity. Let's get into position, people. Let's get into position. We'll sort this out one way or the other. I mean, it is right there. Not necessarily the best way to deal with this, but let's put Barb here. And Tom, let's go here. And then do this. Little trick, open the door, shoot. Alright, that guy's dead. Let them do a little something. That guy's almost within range, so let's let them sort themselves out shortly. I really need this debuff from my son Roger's died to go away. This is like, we've got an iron-willed freaking pawn, and they're on the verge of freaking breaking constantly from a negative 20. Oh, the problems we have out on the freaking, out on the rim on the North Pole. I mean, you think about this. Like, the planet, you're already out on a rim planet in the middle of nowhere with freaking mutated insects, horrible void dimension things brought to life by some machine persona's twisted like interpretation of something. You've got raiders that just want to kill you and eat you. I mean, we were going to do the same thing to them, so I can't really blame them. Mechs that just have a violent tendency to destroy all living life for no reason. Like, and you know, like your jam is you're in the Arctic. I mean, it would be against the spirit of the challenge. But I think if I landed out in the middle of the frozen Arctic with any type of resources, and there was actually a town close enough by to walk, like we sent Rachel to a nearby town, right? Why wouldn't we just move? It's like, hey, you know, I crash landed here. This kind of sucks. I mean, we started as Rich Explorer, which the Rich Explorer story is basically like, you know, I've been a spoiled brat kid my entire life. I'm gonna go try and live the hard life. Like, yeah, fuck you, buddy. Tom's had a silver spoon in his mouth his whole freaking life, and he's like, I want to go try and live like a normal person. That sounds great. I could learn to be self-sustaining. Fuck you, Tom. Fuck you. Those of us that grew up that way would smack the shit out of you in real life. What kind of range do we have? We do not have the range to knock that thing out. Hey, Nether, how are we today? We're doing good, Fennec. We're talking about life. We're talking about Rimworld. How the heck are you? What's going on? What's the good word? One of the we're surviving. We're gonna eat our friend as soon as she comes home with our super weapons. She's not really our friend. She's just kind of someone who wandered into the wrong place. So, although Barb is a mess, she's not. We didn't murder and eat her son, so she's doing better than Tom is. I think we got to try and. What kind of range do we have on this nerve spiker? She moves really way too slow. You know what, Tom? Come along here, Tom. We're gonna need the extra firepower. I need to get this thing killed. Jesus, they move slow. Just a little more. This is a bad idea. Open field combat against a freaking finger spike. You guys suck. Get inside, get inside, get inside. Mm-hmm. Three-stream streak. Fennec coming back, hanging in strong. All right, guys. Back in, back in, back in. Are you bleeding now? 14 hours. Okay, you're bleeding and it's cold, and the other one is down here. Added to the POI, a lonely sign. The activities I have done today are disclosed in the SMP chat. If you didn't see, but I want the I went to the chords in the Minecraft server. 69,420, 69,420. Excellent, wonderful. I think Killer's out like 40,000 blocks in the Nether. Like, he went out on the Nether roof, flew out 40-something thousand blocks. Come on, Barb. You got this. Shoot the fucker. Really. Alright, maybe you don't got this. Maybe we can add it to the POI. Yeah, absolutely. If you guys add anything to the points of interest section that you want me to put in the pinned thing, always feel free to at me. If I see that there's an alert, like one of the dots in the POI section, I will generally go on there and add it to the pinned comment. But I have such a video game addiction. I play so many different games. Yeah, I mean, it's confusing. I've seen a few people play it, so going through the tutorial kind of made sense to me, but yeah, it's definitely not the easiest game to figure out. Jumping into that game with Killer, just randomly playing with him, like, that definitely was problematic. So this thing's going to bleed out soon enough. Blood loss, gunshot. This one doesn't have hypothermia anymore, does it? But yeah, I mean, if you guys want to play Civ 6 later, I'd be down to play Civ 6. I'm guessing, given the experience level of our current group of people, we would probably play all of us versus the AI, and then when we all get better, maybe we could be at each other's throats, turn all of our friends into enemies, so to speak. Let's have Barb take another shot at this. She's not the best shot, but at least she's not as mood breaky as Tom. Really. A lot of missed shots, Barb. There we go. Well done. Well done. Now, the problem is the other one is just way too far. He does stuff like that to me all the time. Who? What happened? Killer? Oh, invites you to a game and then throws you into the hot seat with no training or ideas or anything. It's just like, hey, here you go. This is a game. Press buttons. Put the shock lance on her. With how many times I died, I think I did travel 40k blocks to get there. Probably. Death is only the beginning, after all. We need summer to come around. At least if we could get a little bit of light, we could micromanage that freaking sun lamp. What we need to do, like I said, is get a bit more steel and get down at least another hydroponics basin or two. Because we need a little bit more rice. If we could get another hydroponics basin or two, keep them on long enough to get ourselves a good handful of meals cooked up, grab some meat from whatever animals wander onto the map, we might actually be able to survive this absolute shit show of freaking playthrough. We have forced weather, which is why it's rainy right now. I don't even remember what we took to get that. Was it a Masterwork Nerve Spiker? Might have been a Masterwork Nerve Spiker. I think that's where we got that. Tom, do me a favor, bud. Let's butcher up this rabbit real quick. At least two. What was the sorry, Sparta. I wasn't actually paying attention to the words coming out of my own mouth. At least two of what? What do we need at least two of? At least two more hydroponics basins, yeah. Two hydroponics basins working at full time is enough to feed just a little bit more than a single colonist, provided you don't have any blight downtime or something like that. So we've got two colonists over here. We really need to have 4 of these sons of bitches. If we had 5, we'd be sitting pretty. The problem isn't even necessarily picking up the steel. We've got 77 here and a crashed ship chunk here, which I think is another 20, and then whatever we can pull together. I think Rachel's bringing back a handful of steel. I don't think it'd be too hard to get another basin or two done. Ooh, there's a rabbit up there. We'll bait him over once we deal with this finger spike, which needs to die. Please just die of hypothermia. And hi, Sparta. How the heck are you today? How the heck are you? BD coming in hot. How you doing? What's the good word? We got the Ice Sheet crew in here. We managed to kill 2 of those finger spikes. They separated. We took a few shots at them. We still have one on the map. We're not quite cold enough to kill them. They keep going to shivering and minor, and then losing losing the hypothermia as it's, you know, we go up and down. I think basically they get cold at night, then during the day, even though it's still cold, it's not cold enough to fuck them up. Came back from the gym doing fine. I hear you on that. I got to start actually doing some sort of exercise. I got to take my own advice, and when I'm not feeling great, I just need to chug water and go for a walk. If you're not feeling good, those are the first two things to do. Chug a bunch of water, go for a walk. If the walk can be in the sunshine, that's even better. Sun, exercise, water. Fixes a lot of problems, although I don't do any of those things. Rachel's caravan has run out of food. Right, I'm going to have her just straight come into Sea Ice 2. This is going to be a problem. Last time we had to have Barb go out and meet her. I don't think we can even afford to do that. She's wearing a tainted parka. Thank you guys for the for keeping an eye out. Now imagine we went even further north. Imagine we lived up here. Negative 76 to 25. What are we doing down here? Negative 56 to 41. Yeah, like if we were up like on this tip up here or over here, yeah, that would be the fucking worst right there. Started an Anomaly DLC stuff run in the middle of a forest. It's fucking me up. I'm basically a vampire. I'm not a fan of the sun. Yeah, with you there. Real life or in the game? I mean, both for me. I love vampires in this game. Vampires in this game are phenomenal. Both. I'm with you. Weather controller is no longer changing the weather. I mean, you say that, but it's still raining. Oh, that's not from the weather controller. That's just because this place on the map is miserable. I know I keep checking the My Son Rogers died debuff, but like that really is the thing that's holding back this duo here. We need to get Barb a leg and some sort of either healer. Thanks, Randy. Thanks. Well, Barb is definitely going to break now. So Rachel's starving, in the cold, nothing to sleep in, on the road, with a low psychic drone. The moment she comes on map, she's going to break. The moment she comes on map, she's going to break. Not that I give a shit. We're just gonna execute her and eat her when she gets home anyway, so. Unless the finger spike gets to her first. But, I mean, him doing our dirty work is not the worst thing in the world. Who let these caribou into my colony, right? I mean, that's good eating. Caribou's good eating, from what I understand. A lot of meat on the bones of a caribou. I mean, unless you get one that's malnourished. I actually want to do a playthrough. I found this really dope Boreal Forest map. I was going to do a peaceful playthrough on it, but that was the playthrough that I learned. Did you just drop everything? I mean, that's tainted. You dropped our 9 steel there, huh? Right, no empty configurable spot to store it. Oh, right, because the door is blocked. Let's see if Rachel can outrun the finger spike. We'll never do hauling. Oh, good for you, Rachel. Good for you. Let's bring you up this way. You really want to go close to the finger spike. Like, let's go up and then over. God. Just like pulling teeth with these goddamn people. Get in, get in, get in. Okay, now, I don't want... let me double check. I don't want this colonist, right? Kind, terrible at shooting, has animals, medical, intellectual. Yeah, no, I don't need this. I don't need this nonsense. We can't feed her. So we're going to drop, like, everything. And we're going to get a colonist died situation. Love the tattoos, Rachel. Love the tattoos. Let's send Rachel to the cold feet location. Good job, Rachel. Thank you for your service. Let's give Barb one of the lances. Let's give Tom one of the lances. We'll unrestrict all this. They'll grab whatever's good for them. Tom's good. Oh, they're gonna grab beers. That's right. We snagged a 6-pack. Rachel ate a couple on the drank a couple on the road, but that kept her together long enough to get her back here. Okay. It's no longer raining. Rachel's gonna go out and freeze to death. We're gonna eat her. We've got 2 days until spring starts to pop. We've got a single finger spike on the map who's not aggro to anything at the moment. And we're researching in a shack. All right. Day's going all right. We're starting off strong. We've got the low shield. I don't know. I think it's better to have the Insanity Lance and the Shock Lance on board. It's just... They're just a better, like, middle finger at the moment than the who's or what's it's. The low shield might be helpful if we had more firepower, but realistically, if we're in a situation where we need a low shield against whatever's attacking us, we're better off just shock lancing or insanity lancing the sons of bitches, knocking them out. So... Okay, at least we got a little beer to get us through the next couple of days. Let's speed this along just a bit. We are still micromanaging food as much as I don't want to. We butchered that snow hare. I don't... Terrifying hallucinations. Terrifying. Don't you come back here with your hallucinations, Rachel. You know what? Yeah, it's perfect. 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 I got enough corpses in my containment chamber here. I shoved a pigskin raider into. Excellent. I mean, cannibal is definitely the way to go. In most Rimworld playthroughs, if you want to min-max your ability to survive, cannibal is a good way to go. It's just a solid strategy. I should not have built that right there, and I'll tell you why. We're gonna want to double wall our base, right? And we can't move this thing inward or this thing inward, so we need to wall out there. We can move the battery, so at one point or another we're gonna have to deconstruct this. Not anytime soon, though. Not anytime soon. Just your ghouls meal. Ghouls are such powerful freaking addition to the game. They're just fantastic. Rachel died. I fancy that. Alright, let's get a meal, guys. Now, I mean, at a certain point or another, we can try getting a holding facility up. We, like, if we get a holding facility up, We could use them for electricity, but... But that's going to take a little time. Just eating them raw, not even butchering them. I think you get more meals out of it if you butcher them, but I don't blame you on that one. So I'd like to do something here. I think it would behoove us to put some roof around this. Now hear me out. Normally, oh, wrong button. Wrong button. Build roof, not remove roof. Hear me out on this. Because of the rain event that we just got, this has got me thinking, like, we don't need a lot of roof, but our people... I usually do this so that the stuff that burns doesn't... I usually do this so that stuff doesn't burn through. It kills the vegetation to have a roof. Yeah, less well. That's a good point. Very good point, actually. But as we just saw, we wind up standing outside right under our front door, and if we're going to do that in the rain, I'd like to have just a touch of roof so that we can actually not get soaking wet in addition to everything. All right, Tom is drinking Psychite. After that, I'm going to need you to butcher. You probably know that, though. That's your priority. Yep, he's on it. He's on it. Keep half an eye on that finger spike. So yeah, opportunistic is the name of the game with this whole thing. We're really just, we're not even really doing anything. We're just waiting out the storm, so to speak. Yes, we've got material we could mine over here, but this material, what are we going to do with it, realistically? Like I said, we don't have the space to actually double up our walls because I built this in the wrong location. I mean, we could do some cheeky nonsense, but I don't want to deconstruct anything at the moment. Barb's going to go out and do some repairs. We're basically waiting for events to happen that we can grab some steel. Arctic foxes. 5 Arctic foxes. So we just got over our need to be inside. And now we're back inside again. That's fine. With any luck, some of them will freeze to death. I don't think that'll happen. They're Arctic foxes. You know? Scaria. 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 So, yeah, at least they killed the finger spike. That's, you know, little ups and downs here. All right, we've got 5 simple meals, which is good. And they will eat those by default, which is fine. They eventually will freeze or eat each other. Yeah. Or wander off map. Either way, doesn't matter. The psychic drone needs to end, and Tom's obsession with his dead son needs to end. These are both things that are totally hosing us at the moment. I mean, that wind power is up, so maybe we click these lights on for a hot second. Or not. I'm not necessarily upset about Manhunter events, because a couple of reasons. It's free defense. Like, if any type of raid comes on map, the Manhunters in the raid will fight it out a little bit. We're still at reasonably low wealth, so I would think that the Foxes would do the vast majority, if not all of the work dealing with raiders. So, you know, fantastic, wonderful, great stuff. If they freeze to death, we get free meat and materials. And we don't have anything to go out and do anyway. It's not like I'm anxious to get out the door like, oh no, we really needed to go haul this thing in or go hunting. This, whatever will we do now that we can't leave the base? The answer is we'll do exactly what we were doing before. We'll just continue to research and stuff. Okay, so a couple of things I'm learning as we go here. Your main character, it would behoove you on this type of playthrough to get somebody who has a passion in intellectual, at least a minor passion, but preferably a double passion in intellectual, because they're basically going to be reading the whole time. So if they have a passion for intellectual, they're going to get a mood buff for having a burning passion for their work, right? So if Tom had a passion for intellectual, he would actually be doing okay right now. He would just be, sitting there reading like, man, I am so stoked to after you socialize, let's get a little clean on in here. You'd just be like, man, and I mean, I know everything sucks up here, but it's so good to just be reading all day long. I am stoked. Sandstone. I mean, at least we're getting material deliveries. I mean, we could theoretically expand the base. The problem is, like I said, we don't need to expand the base. We could easily slap down another hydroponics basin or two in here. I mean, we've got 4 beds laid down. We don't need 4 beds in here. We could easily just freaking uninstall 2 of them. We could put a hydroponics base in here. We could move some things around. Like, realistically, we're just not in a position where we need all that nonsense. Like, what's up, killer? What's going on? What's going on? Hi, how are you? What's the good word? Psychic drone is ending. Perfect. I played through a tutorial last night, killer, and then started a game, then restarted, and I played for a while, not to a victory or a defeat. So I technically still have a game going, but I learned a lot about the building like orders in Civ 6. It reminds me, like, I watched a lot of Age of Empires for a while, and although it's a different play style, it's not real time, it's turn-based, it's the same kind of concept, right? You've got to choose between grinding resources and expanding your base and developing defenses and armies, smaller amounts of armies. Yes, I am enjoying it. It's a good time. I don't feel like it's one of the ones that I'm going to get addicted to and stay up till 5 in the morning playing, but I did play until about midnight. And I probably would have gone longer, but I had this itch because I had some dailies I wanted to do in Palia, and I wound up doing some of the Squiddy! Squiddy's coming in. Let's do a quick shout out for our buddy Squiddy over here. Squiddy, WTF. We're going to be co-streaming with Squiddy on Saturday from the community SMP, the Netherland SMP. It's going to be a good time. We're going to be working on the metro station. We're doing an event where we're all going to graffiti up the tunnel that leads from Spawn out to where Squiddy and Bonkus and a few other people live. It's going to be a good time. If anybody wants to come on early or whatever, feel free. I'm probably going to pop on early before stream just to get myself organized. I mean, I'm pretty organized on the SMP. It's a very different style than on my single-player world, which I haven't touched in so long. I feel guilty about that. But basically, I've got most of my build material. I've got an entire row of shulkers in my end chest dedicated to wood. And I'm going to completely switch my content and go for a schedule to watch my stream. So I added... Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, dude, you got to try different things. I tried a lot of different stuff, being real. When I was trying all sorts of different games and playing with different styles of content, there weren't nearly as many people in here hanging out, and I don't blame them. You want to see the games you want to see. Then once I went back to a schedule and started Rimworld Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Ani on Tuesday, Thursday, and then doing Saturday as our wild card day, things started to ramp up again, and I thank all of you for coming every day and supporting. It's been absolutely wonderful to be able to do this with y'all. Since you know what you're doing on Civ, do you want to try going at it again? Oh, for sure. We'll maybe later tonight, or maybe whenever we're all available. I desperately need to get on my Magic account. I let my dailies slide for the last couple of days. There's 3 daily quests I want to get done on that before I do anything after stream tonight, because I love that game and I don't want to forsake it. More viewers on 121 Minecraft. Yeah, I mean, whenever you're playing something new, you're going to bring new viewers are going to come in to check out the new content. I think one of the things I've learned watching bigger streamers and through experience myself, a schedule is important. Doing things on a schedule is because we're more or less a TV show, us streamers, right? Like, we just, if you know, I know that everything is on demand now. I want to say nowadays, but I'm just going to sound really old as fuck. When I was a kid, thank you for that. Oh, I got to actually pour myself a glass of water. Because I know a hydrate's coming up on that. When I was a kid, there was, the only way you watch something on demand is if you set up a VCR and pressed record when it was happening. Have you watched content from Pirate Software? He says schedule. Yeah, yep, Pirate Software. Love Pirate Software. He talks a lot about how to schedule things. He's like, just make sure you're streaming at least 3 days a week and at least 3 hours a stream. More than that is better, but at least that, and make sure you're doing it at the same time every time. I've been streaming noon to 6, Monday through Saturday for over a year and a half now, and it's been good growth. Like I said, I did take a little bit of a, not break from the schedule, but break from the scheduled games that we were playing and kind of try to do a bunch of other stuff. Numbers suffered, but we did meet some new people. So, you know, ups and downs, a little bit like that. I mean, Aya comes in every day now. We met Aya playing Myst, which I'm not going to play for a while. How is someone who's iron-willed this fucking bad at mood? I mean, how? My friend Rachel died. Colonist died. My friend died, slept in the cold, mediocre barracks, unsightly environment, rebuffed by Barb again? What the fuck is wrong with you people? What the fuck is wrong with you people? They keep rebuffing each other. Barb will be like, hey, Tom, you want to go hop in the human leather sheets? And Tom's like, ew, no thank you, Barb. And then like a week later, Tom's like, hey, Barb, you remember that offer? Let's go do it. No, not interested anymore. You said no, so I'm not interested. They just keep rebuffing each other. Tom. I think we're already out of drugs too. Literally, like, Rachel came back with some drugs, and these two were just like, oh, good, goddamn, I need some drugs. This is not good, because if any of them break and go outside, we're not going to have a good time. How much uranium do we have? Give me a hot second here. What we're going to do, I know this sounds terrible, but we need to wall ourselves in here, because somebody's going to break, and if they wander outside, that's the end of the play. That's the end of the attempt. Like, if Tom breaks and goes outside, game over. Go to sleep, Tom. Let Barb deal with this, not Rachel. Rachel's dead. It's like, what are we going to do with this uranium? We're going to wall ourselves the fuck in is what we're going to do. Have a wonderful stream, and hopefully I get a chance to come at the end. Yeah, Killer, you got to do your thing. That man is a legend. Also, he was offensive security specialist, so technically the dude is positively gaslighting. Yeah, Thor is fucking awesome. Love his content. Love how real he is. Love how, like, supportive he is of people. You know, he's very much like, go for it. You know, he's very encouraging to people following their dreams, working hard. He's like, you know, he always talks about if you learned something, you didn't fail type of thing. And I like that. You know, you don't lose, you win or you learn type of vibe. And I love that. Okay, now I am micromanaging their food again because we're low on food, but I don't even know if it matters at this point. I mean, Tom is just miserable. We need to get through the next 11 days before Tom's going to get anywhere near happy again. I mean, his mood is bottoming out like a motherfucker. If he goes on, oh, fuck, I don't even know what to do right now. I don't even know what to do. Tantrum. Okay, that's problematic. What are you punching? I can't tell what he's punching. you punching the human leather? That's fine if you're punching the human leather. The revolver. Okay, you can smash the revolver, Tom. That's fine. What else are you smashing? Oh, the recurve bow. Let's see if we can game this a little bit. I had her do that. This is why I walled us in. Yeah, let's bash a hole in the wall while there's animals outside. Obnoxious. That wall has a lot more durability. We're just gonna have to chase him around. Tom, really? No, don't do that. Definitely don't do that. Please, Tom. Yeah, as long as it's the walls, I'm not overly worried about it. But if he punches the components, or the low shield pack, or the table... Alright, he's not broken anymore. Did he at least get a catharsis? He did. Okay, catharsis will carry him through for 3 days. Jesus. Actually, you know what? No. We'll leave those walls in place. We don't need to get outside. We'll deconstruct them when we need to. He's bound to have another break again. Might as well leave it as is. But I do have to stay on top of their food needs. Yeah, him going after the table was a thing, right? Like... Him punching the revolver, if that revolver had gotten destroyed, no big deal. I'd prefer the masterwork recurve bow didn't get destroyed. You know, that thing is actually a pretty decent weapon. I think the nerve spiker is going to serve us better against organics. But if we were ever in a situation where we were fighting something like a mech or something like that, I might swap out to the masterwork. We got a drop pod raid coming in. Are these still Maddened Manhunter? They are. They might... Oh, I'm nervous. Gonna have to deconstruct these walls. What do we got? What do we got? Knife... Knife. Great memory, abrasive, psychically dull. No health conditions. You. Tortured artist, asexual, psychically dull, good shooting, decent melee. It is melee, though, and we did get some slag in here. They're preparing for a while, and Tom has a catharsis. Let's see where they set up shop. We might be able to go fuck with them a little bit. I think the foxes are going at them. So let's not go out there and deal with this until the foxes go at them. A bleeding muffalo ran into my base to eat my psychite. Now that is classic. Come on, manhunters, go after them. I really don't want to have to get in the middle of two Eat-to-Keens and some maddened manhunter wolves. If we have to, we just got a shock lance and an insanity lance. So if things go real fucking, you know, real sideways, we got an out. Not that I want to waste a shock lance on a melee Eat-to-Keen, but if we can't hit the broadside of a barn and they get close enough, we'll shock lance one of them, or insanity lance one of them. You guys couldn't have come a few minutes earlier when the wolves were still pissy. No, I'm gonna tend to him. I mean, hell, if you tend to the muffalo, you can train up your medical, maybe get a pet, and then you know, you've got a caravan animal at that point. You playing on 500% Sparta? Tell us a little bit about your colony. What's going on? I mean, you've told us a little bit, but are you on a map that's year-round growing? You playing on something cold? You said you were in a forest, so not sure if you're in a boreal forest or a temperate or jungle, you know, type of thing. Probably not a jungle. You wouldn't say forest if you were in a jungle, right? I'm going to add uranium to this list up here so that, when, you know, eventually they'll haul things over there. But food. You know, you get more meat out of a tamed animal. Like, you net positive calories. If you tame an animal and then slaughter it, you actually get more calories, even minus the food that you spent to tame it. You'll still net more calories than if you went out and hunted it without using the food to tame it. Now, I suppose if you fail a fuck ton of times, you know, that becomes a negligible difference, but or, you know, could be negative at the end of the day. You know, but whatever it is, right? And again, I do apologize to anybody who likes to play a lot faster. I know I'm playing slow on a map where it's already a slow going situation, but I like to. I'm not super confident in myself if we're playing fast. Boreal Forest, only winter is bad. Basically, right now, trying to make a spike hallway for raids. Yeah. I like Boreal Forest maps. I think they're cool. Eat-to-Keens are beginning their assault. Okay, so we need to get into position here. We're not going to fire at will, because I think they might still fire at the... Actually, strike that, reverse it. Let's put Tom here, and let's put Barb in the doorway. Why? Because Barb moves slower. So let's get them on board for our problem here. No! Oh, they're shooting at will. Oh, God. Go back inside. Go back inside. Go back inside. Close. There we go. At least we woke up the maddened manhunter. But this is going to become problematic for our situation here. Okay, so no fire at will. Into the doorway. Now, I want you guys to attack the fuzzy blue boy. Really? We don't have line of sight on this guy? So we'll hold the door. Hodor. Good foxes. Oh, there's another one. It's a multi-angle attack. Problematic. So if he's going to attack the wall, we might as well send somebody up here to just repair. Alright, he did his animal war call thing. Where are you going? Looks like he's going to attack the fox. Is that what he's doing? How is your situation here? You're bleeding out in 5 hours. Alright, there's 3 of them on the map. Okay, hang on, hang on. Fox is not doing good, but if we can get out here and pop off a shot real quick... I'd like Barb to actually do it if she can. Nope. Alright, so this guy is bleeding. This guy is bleeding. Well, this one is minor hypothermia, bite scar, stab scar. So they're not doing great. This guy is downed and bleeding out in 5 hours. This guy's death in 5 hours, even though he's on his feet. How are you still on your goddamn feet? Anyway. And this guy up here, I think, is hasn't gotten hit at all. Although they have hypothermia. We might legitimately be able to wait this whole situation out. Because, right, because steel burns. That's a real thing, right? This is dangerous here. Okay. At over 2,000 degrees. Right. The matches that these Itakin are bringing to the Arctic are really gonna, you know, really gonna sort it out, right? Man, I wish I had a third colonist right now to open a door. The nerves, the nerves. I am extremely nervous, actually. This guy's got death in 4 hours. This guy's got death in 4 hours. I mean, can we sustain for 4 hours becomes the question. I can't let them in here to smash up stuff. Like, I just legitimately can't. We might actually have to shock lance them. Or insanity lance. I really, really don't want to have to waste that. Let me think real quick. Let me think. Tom's building is not enough to keep up with this damage, right? What if... Now, this might be a little risky, but if I go like that... and then bring him up here. Oh, Jesus. Fuck. This is not working. Okay, breathe, Nether. Breathe. Breathe. You got this. Gotta buy time here. Alright, we need you to retreat, and we're gonna have to shock lance these assholes. Shit. Fire is not good. Alright, shock lance it is. And that broke them. Okay. That's why we got the shock lance. Extinguish. And then we're going to rebuild with uranium. There and there. I don't want to harvest organs. I care more about the food, but let's see what kind of gear they have. Let's take a couple of shots at this guy. Good shot, Tom. Good shot, Tom. Here, you're going to outrun him, so... Barb, I need you to punch this asshole to death. There we go. There we go. Rip out a lung and just butcher the rest and immediately go sell. Don't have anybody to go sell. Not sending these colonists off map. We can't afford the wealth to be on the map for even a second. And on top of that, like... Hang on, let me actually manage this, then I'll explain my rationale. Let's get Tom in on this because I don't want him to wake up from the psychic shock. Let's get Tom butchering, so we don't have to eat our normal. We don't have to eat our packaged survival meal. So, here's what's up. That fight, the only reason we won it is because we had two pawns on map, and they both had decent enough construction. We had a shock lance, right? If we send one of them off map and another raid comes, because Randy only has a half a day cooldown. In other words, in 12 hours, he can hit us again. So if we send somebody off map, we're going to have a problem because one of us is not going to be able to handle this. And we already used one of the shock lance charges. I need you to fix that wall. So running off map is not going to serve us. We've already got a masterwork nerve spiker, a charge rifle, and a masterwork bow. We've got a low shield pack, one more charge on our shock lance, and two more charges on our insanity lance. We know what those guys generally stock. I think they've already restocked. We can double check, but there's no real benefit to us. It has to be an overwhelming benefit. It can't be like, oh, hey, we might get a little bit more of something, because it's a 4 or 5 day trip, depending on a lot of stuff. There's the risk of hypothermia out there. So just kind of more or less like, it's not worth the risk. If we don't go, then that risk, then we've got wealth on the map. So it's one of those things where it's like, yes, we could do these things, but at the same time, we really can't. It's you got to pick your battles, and I'm like I don't want to say I'm the king of anything, but my top tier ability in most of these games is my ability to play very slowly. And as much as let's get meals cooked. I don't want to waste packaged survival meals, and we've got the meat to cook, so let's cook and then we'll feed them. Let's do it, Tom. Unfortunately, Barb's going to get the first meal because your catharsis is keeping you together. Already getting this human leather is too much wealth on map. So, I know it sounds insane, but our best bet really is to just chill. We got 4 corpses and their clothing, which means, and their knives. We can smelt down their knives. We can, I mean, this guy brought up some wake up. Not especially excited about that. Don't want our people going on a wake up binge. Actually, consume that meal, then you can go back to cooking, Tom. Let's get you guys sorted out. But we are so close. And then the other thing is our mood, right? Tom's at a negative 20 mood because of his kid. His catharsis is only going to last another 2.2 days. We send Tom and he has a breakdown on the road or breakdown when he comes back on map. That could be totally catastrophic. Barb's only moving at 88% speed. We send her, she moves slower. You know, like, there really is no situation where this works out good. It's just not. So... we're better off staying here and processing what just came in, basically. We've got stuff we can process, so let's process. We pulled in a little bit of wealth. So as soon as we get all this stuff in, I'm going to have Barb start making stuff out of it. Probably sashes, because they sell, or clothing that we might need. So we're going to get all this stuff in, get some stuff butchered, get some stuff... get some meals made, get some materials sorted out. This was, all in all, trading a single shock lance, sorry, not charge lance. Trading a single shock lance for meals like this is pretty cool. I think we came up pretty good on this, and I'm willing to... let's get you that. I think processing what we have on map is going to be what the best strategy is here. We're digging in like ticks, you know. We're trying not to get ahead of ourselves. We're literally 1 day away from spring, which should mean we'll get a little bit more light. Really, really, Tom. Yeah, Tom. Now, these corpses are frozen, so we should probably keep them as corpses for now. As soon as this battery charges up, we can get ourselves a little bit of smelting action going on. We might want to mine this and start replacing our steel walls with granite. I think that might be a good call. Then we can use the steel. 2, 3, 8. If we can get maybe like 100 blocks out of it. I mean, we do have to make a stone cutter to make that happen. We really probably should do that, right? 105 steel. We don't have any other resources realistically. 30, 60. So yeah, if we smelt up these knives, that'll give us enough steel for its stone cutter's bench. We put down a stone cutter bench, mine this out, and then start replacing the walls. We've even got sandstone up here, but this granite is not only right there, it's also nice and tough material. I don't know that I actually want them to haul the apparel in, quite honestly. Pour, beat up, pour. Yep, we don't want any of that. I'm just going to do that. Just in the middle of the frozen Arctic with blood everywhere. We've also got these slag chunks down here, so we can bring those in. That would be useful. I think going at the granite might be our best bet, though, at the moment. So let's order up to mine that out. Need a miner. Yeah, I know. Just cool it, game. Alright, we're going to schedule these guys to work, and then we're going to zone the area instead of having them... Yeah, replacing walls with granite so that we can use steel for other stuff is gonna be solid. I mean, that's progress, right? I mean, we're going to spend 105 steel to break down steel walls to get a little bit of steel back, but it's not just getting the steel back. It's that the fact that our place was getting burned, that's problematic. I mean, if we can get granite walls up, the durability on that alone is going to save us. We've got a uranium wall over here. Do we have... How much more uranium do we have? We have one piece of uranium. Honestly, it wouldn't be the worst idea in the world to get this uranium in. The problem is just mining it. It's 4,000 durability per chunk, so we're talking like a lot of time down here mining. We do have our parties up, so what I'd like to do is start getting this going, this plan into action, and then I'd like to do our parties and see if we can get somebody who's a good miner, even if just temporarily, like we were doing. Even if they're not a good miner, if they can physically mine, we might actually go and just mine this shit out. Minor pain, unsightly environment, slept in the cold. We kind of need to get a third heater up, but again, it's the first day of spring, so we should be able to do okay. Disturb. My friend Rachel died, 17 days. Colonist died, 3.2 days. 1.1 on this -4. We need to improve our barracks somehow. Space is the easiest way to do that, but it also causes other problems. Rebuffed by Barb, 1.4 days. Rogers, 9.7 days. So we're only 10 days out. And I'm micromanaging food, right? Yeah. So Barb is taking care of the post-combat repairs. And then she'll go out and mine. I can't wait until all of our mood problems are sorted well enough to not have to worry about this as much. Do we have simple meals? We don't even have the simple meals. We already chewed through it. Ugh. Actually, yeah, we'll let Barb have a meal. We're going to have to just butcher up these other guys. I don't want to do it. Because that human leather is going to cause problems. 144 human leather is just too much wealth. Hiya, Aya! Actually, I'm not going to have her eat that because I can get Tom to, Oh, wait, there's a meal here. Oh, all the room on the shelf is taken up. Of course it is. Of course it is. Okay, let's take a look at our gear. 45% on the face mask. Can't make one out of human leather. It's got to be some sort of cloth. Thrumbo fur's doing good. Her sash could use an upgrade, but it's not going to be nearly as warm as the one she's got. Synthread pants are about to be out of sorts. And Muffalo wool toque. Okay. We have a backup toque over here. Mega Sloth. Okay, so his toque will be fine. Let's make a couple of sashes. New lovers, finally. All right, so we're gonna have to make a double bedroll. That's the priority now. Could improve Tom's parka. The problem is the human leather is not nearly as warm as some of the other stuff, so we'll see. I thought the smithy, by the way, to use 50 uranium for a mace. It's your best resource for a melee weapon. Yeah. Yeah, but, you know, smithy is... I'm not as... none of our colonists are good in melee combat. If we're in melee combat, we're already fighting a losing battle. I'd rather burn a shock lance. Now, how old is Barb? Barb is 65 years old. Is there any chance Barb's going to get pregnant if we put them in the same bed? Pregnancy is not possible. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. And it's an excellent bedroll. Perfect. Armor. I mean, plate armor? Better late than never. Plate for ice sheet is not bad. I mean, I don't disagree. The problem is plate armor is not going to have nearly the amount of cold resistance, and I think having cold resistance is more important at this point. If we can't stand up because we're freezing, we can't really do much against raiders. I know I have a counterpoint to just about everything, but my mind works that way of like, yes, the raiders are a concern. That was a little bit of a hairy fight. It's a good thing we had the shock lance, but at the end of the day, I think we're more fighting the elements than the raiders. I mean, we had, what was that, 4 Itakeen all melee. We got a couple of shots off real quick. What we could do is we could have them train shooting. We have a smoke launcher, so we should probably have them training shooting. Like, when Barb's not making sashes, we could just have her pick up the smoke launcher and shoot. great, mind you, but it's certainly better than what you're wearing right now. I mean, as far as protection, yes. As like, but I honestly, I don't think. I think we're better off keeping the parkas on. I mean, we could keep the plate armor in. We could theoretically make plate armor, but let's think about that, right? We have 77 steel. We would have to make the smithy, and we would have to make the plate launcher. Yeah. You literally can equip the smoke launcher and just shoot it at an animal or shoot it at a colonist, and it doesn't aggro them or damage them, and their shooting goes up. So if you've got a smoke launcher early on in the game, it's one of the best ways to train shooting for free. Yes, you can. 100% can. Watch. Watch, I'll show you. It has to be a non-downed target. So we're going to bring Barb over here. We're going to bring up her bio. And we're going to tell Barb to shoot at Tom. I think he might have to be standing up, though. Yeah, he's got to be standing up. Hang on. See that? We just went up in shooting. Yep. So once Tom gets up and stands at that research bench, we're just going to have Barb stand behind him and shoot at him till she maxes out her experience each day. There's a diminishing returns on any type of leveling of any skill. So you can level a certain amount up each day. And then after that, it gets like a 20% multiplier. So it goes down to almost nothing as far as learning is concerned. Yeah, she's got great memory, so that's going to be helpful. Her shooting's only at 7. Tom's is at a 13, and he doesn't have great memory. We could definitely use that to keep Tom's up as well. Like, once one of them hits max learning for the day, we swap out the smoke launcher for something else. Although, right now, let's actually get her nerve spiker back equipped. And we kind of need to get our trade stuff back up and running. I'd like to actually... Oh yeah, we'll just move the trade beacon in here if a trade ship comes in range. Level 8 already. Employable professional. Alright, take a break from shooting Tom in the head to grab a meal. Of course, battery needs repair. The other way to train shooting is to have them play horseshoes or play pool. When they're throwing horseshoes or playing pool, it's actually training their shooting. What an insane playthrough. Yeah, it's super slow. I mean, she doesn't have a passion in it. Tom would learn a lot faster than her, but what else are we going to do in the Arctic? Okay. We'll let her sleep. Mine's no better. I literally have a guy hooked up to a nutrient paste tube with his legs cut off and a ghoul munching on corpses next to him. Right? Opinion of my lover, Tom. Plus 10. Wonderful. At least we got that going for us. Tom. Opinion of my lover, Barb. 10. Recreation fully satisfied. Extremely comfortable. Spacious interior. Fluid-style surroundings. Wearing button down. Okay, so we're happy. We're all very happy with our lives here on the sea ice. I mean, we went from being a 7 in shooting to being an 8, and we're almost halfway. Yeah, we're just shy of halfway to our next level. We can easily get Barb up to like a 9 or a 10, which is going to be a substantial difference in her accuracy come raid time. So that's going to be our focus for a little while here. Jesus, time goes slow when you're just micromanaging nonsense. Make sure this is still frozen. Good, good. I want to check something real quick. God, I wish the skull spike was just a little less. Like, if it was like 5 steel, I would be willing to spend like 5 of almost anything. Oh, you know what? We've got 26 plasteel. Hang on. I'm gonna start fixing walls here. Yes, the mule was finally eaten. I think there's a bit of a debuff going on. Colonist died. Oh, my friend Rachel died, -2. My colonist died, -3. But, you know, since they're lovers now, their opinion of each other has given them a +10 mood apiece. And Tom had a catharsis from the breakdown, so another 6 hours of that before he starts getting pissy. Only 8 days left on a half-a-year-long debuff from his from eating his son. That was probably a bad call on my part. Probably would have been better off banishing him. The banished buff would have been less and for less time than the ate my son buff debuff. I mean, it's not ate my son, but 58. Sash's cost 25. Yeah, let's just make a couple of more of these. Combat suppliers will buy them, so might as well. Oh you know what? Yeah, no. Let's do that. Yeah, Tom's not quite ready to eat a meal yet. What's the next bit that we want to do? How much plasteel do we have? 21. Right, you put the steel outside, because of course you did. Alright, I guess we let her rest. Give Tom a meal. Nope, don't care about that. That is an anomaly event that's just a pain in the ass. Don't need to go fight flesh beasts on another meal. On another map tile. Yeah. I'm not expanding. There's no need to expand. Expanding is just like unnecessary. Unwavering loyalty. What are you doing here? Sardine. What was the message? Is he just passing through, or is he just hanging out? I mean, we don't really need room. We're not going to go up in colonists until we can feed them. Like, it is literally, that is the slow grind that we've been on for almost 2 weeks now, is like, there's no point in expanding until we have to, and there's no point in taking another colonist on until we have the food to feed them. I mean, that's just legitimately what it comes down to. So, it's boring, but that's the game right now. That is just the entire game right now. Yeah, I'm trying to think what tiles are the best ones to change. I think I want to change that one out. Because plasteel doesn't burn and it has high durability. This gets them access to back here pretty easily. And I'd prefer not. It kind of, like this tile, if they do this and they get back here, it also makes it difficult for us to get them from inside, right? So let's change that one out. I feel like we just keep going down the line here. Always puts it on the outside of the wall. I swear that is the most obnoxious fucking thing ever. Should you make corners in the diagonal gaps? Like here? No. It doesn't provide us any extra anything. Like, it's another spot that they might attack, but there's no guarantee they'll attack it. You got to think about it this way. Like, it makes sense to have corners on this room because it will provide additional insulation, right? But it's not going to provide... We don't need insulation because this is outside. Yeah, we could even double wall for additional insulation, but we don't have materials to do that. So, yeah, if they decide to punch this corner or this corner, it's like, okay, well, if that dies, doesn't matter. But that's a 1 in however many outer walls, right? But if they attack any tile other than that, they break through in one breakthrough. So it's kind of that, like, I learned a little bit about this kind of the building thing from actually playing a little bit of Rust. So when you're doing honeycombing in Rust, the main thing you're going to think about is how many walls do they have to break to get to the center of the Tootsie Pop. You know, like you've got your main loot room, right? It's got your whatever. In that game, it's your tool chest or whatever it's called. You've got all your main loot in the center, right? Or the side or whatever it is, and then you just kind of do the math, like going from there to any of the outer walls. If I start on this outer wall, how many walls do I have to destroy to get to the center? 6. If I start from this outer wall, how many do I have to destroy to get to the center? 6. You know, 1, 2, whatever it is. And you want to reinforce the locations that have less. So it's like if all of your walls are 1 to break in, then they're all 1 to break in. You know, at that point, if you're not going to double up so it costs 2 to get in, you know, that's a thing. So, like, we would be better off if we're going to put the corners on here, then that needs to happen when we're starting to double up the walls, and then we leave the next outer corner down. It's a whole, like, tactical decision, right? What do we have here? We've got limestone. How do we have limestone? I don't know how we have limestone, but let's put that over here as well. Well, we'll go out of plasteel right here, but let's haul the steel so you don't drop it outside. You see, now we'll get to there, and now we'll just... Why is 5 plasteel missing? Oh, because I have Tom set on work. Let's not have Tom do that. Tommy boy, you're not as good at building. I just had you on that to do things. There's Nightbot doing my streamer job for me, guys. If you want to come join the community, hang out, trade secrets on how to play Rimworld or any of that good stuff, it's up there. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you want to call it exploiting pathing, but it's even in real life. Like, we're talking about killboxes and castles, right? You want to make sure that if someone's breaking down a wall, if you're going to reinforce this wall, there needs to be a reason why you're reinforcing this wall. Maybe it's the most accessible, so it's the most likely that they're going to come in attack. So then you double that wall up first. If everything else is equal, let's say you're just on a flat piece of land, you got your structure, I mean, very much like we are here. You got a castle in the middle of it. It's just as likely they're going to attack any... And thank you for the hydrate, Aya. If it's just as likely that they're going to attack any given wall... And let's say you start with 1. You know, you've got 1 set of walls, and you and your loot are in the center. No matter which wall they attack, it's 1 wall to get to the juicy center of your base. So when you expand outward, you want to reinforce all of them, so they all become 2. If there's a weak point, you always reinforce the weak point first. Maybe... to use Rimworld terms, maybe you've got 4 walls, but one of them is made out of sandstone. And you don't want to deconstruct the sandstone because you've got enough materials because you're not on ice sheet, so you reinforce the sandstone wall first. Make it as much of a pain in the ass as possible, basically. Yes, that is the thing. And, you know, I didn't play a lot of Rust. I think I've got, like, I always want to say I have 80, but I think it's closer to a couple hundred hours in Rust. And... I'm not a shooter, so I'm bad at making plays, but I am good at building bases. So when I have a teammate that's a good shooter, I do the base building, they do the shooting. So, like, I get us there. I'm really efficient with space building. I'm really good at finding, like, little rat hole spots to build, a starter base that nobody sees. Like, I can search the map and be like, that's the spot. It's, like, behind a rock with a growing tree. Another thing, a thing about PvP and builders, whether it's Ark or Rust or anything, never cut any trees that are near your house. You want everything to be used as cover. Always go further away. What do we got up here? Weed, huh? I don't actually know that I want that. I think I might prefer that to actually just deteriorate out there. It's a consciousness hit. I mean, yes, it would help manage mood, but, like, it's a consciousness hit. We'd have to haul it all in, and then it provides a lot of wealth on map that we can't really get rid of. So many things to take into consideration. Natural camo, exactly. Yeah, Randy wants to give us drugs so it ups our wealth a lot. Not fun. Tom needs to eat a meal. But yeah, there's a lot of things you can learn from different games and apply it to other games. You know what I mean? We do need to start mining that granite out, though. I'm just going to have to let Barb go out there and do that. You know what I want to do, though, real quick? I want to get our alternate weapons in here. Let's turn those... Oh, those were on. That was draining power. Suck it, past Nether. Dumbass, get your head out of your ass. Because if Tom gets sick, there's a 25% immunity, but the fact you still got preach health with 2 colonists is a damn blessing. Yep. I mean, it's on Tom, so yeah. Alright, Barb's going to go and mine a little bit. Tom's going to bring the nerve spiker and the EMP over. Also, let's do the low shield over here. We want our good shit inside. Yeah, we got a granite meteor. It's going to be a difficult thing to dig out, but granite is the toughest of the stones, so once our battery fills up enough, we're going to smelt down these knives, maybe smelt down a couple of the slag chunks, and then we're going to make ourselves a stone cutting bench and see if we can get some granite blocks to replace the steel. Oh, that is phenomenal. Let's actually get you equipped with the nerve spiker. I want to train Barb shooting up, but we also need to do a lot of different things, right? Yeah, let's add the smoke launcher to this pile. And take it off of this pile. I might be able to take them off of all recreation, but... I think I can actually take Barb off of all recreation. Put her on a biphasic schedule. She'll get a little bit more work done that way. We need the sun to kick back on. We're on the 3rd day of spring here with no sun, so... Look at the blood everywhere. Yeah, just stargazing out there in the cold. Great idea. Blood breaks up the white monotony. Yep. It's abstract art. Conscious decision to increase the beauty by patterns. Although I'm pretty sure in the game blood decreases beauty. Alright, hang on just a hot second here. Let's get this thing going. Oh, that's 8 apiece. I thought it was 15 for some reason. That's the slag. Slag is 15. Gotcha. Knives are variable on the amount that they give you, I guess. Oh, no, wait, fuck. Too early. I was like, oh yeah, we're just going to suspend that after. $118. So we need a stone cutter table. We're just going to put it out here. Work speed penalty from bad temperature. Totally get that. Totally understand. She's resting. That's okay. Where'd my mouse go? There it is. Consume a simple meal. So that's 12 pieces of wall we can get out of these blocks. On Tom. Not good, Tom. I'm going to need you to lay down, Tom. Still have a little bit of Glitter World on us. Okay, fair enough. All right, hang on. We're going to install another one of these. You know, negative side, Tom's got preach health, not Barb. Positive side, Barb's a better doctor in general. We got to make sure that Tom is set on the good medicine. Reset. Pulling teeth with these goddamn people. Let's get our trade beacon going again. Put him there for now. Keep an eye on it. Alright, so we're going to make this for medical. This is not for medical. Okay, Tom needs to be restricted to the walls. I don't want him going outside when he's sick. Preach health just gives a buff, so it's actually good. It's on Tom. What do you mean? You preach health on someone, and it boosts Barb's self-tend? Barb doesn't have the flu. Only Tom got the flu. So, we got no bonus from preach health this sickness. Fourth chunk. Ha, loser, I don't have the flu. Yep. Imagine you get malaria after. Please don't jinx me like that. Please don't jinx me like that. I just realized my mistake in replacing walls as well. We shouldn't have started with this wall down here. We should have started with the outer walls, because we're going to expand down this way. So these are the first walls that are going to get deconstructed. At least it's the flu. Yeah, absolutely. At least it's the flu. I mean, he's at 7.9. I'm actually going to drop him down here. It's not like we have herbal medicine, but I want to change his schedule a little bit, though. I would like you to cook first and bed rest second. I can't be having us go without food, so the terror in my voice, yeah. So we're doing this challenge, right? We're doing this challenge, but I can see why people do this once and then never do it again. We are not going to ever do sea ice again after we finish this. This is I've had a lot of intense moments. It's not even that it's intense, it's that this is like a, you know, we do it the one time to say we did it, and then after that it's like, do we really want to do it multiple times? Unless something happens that's literally just like, you know, like, oh, there's an update and sea ice is made like crazy fun now, you know. If there's something that happens that makes sea ice like super fun, in a subsequent update, we'll play it again. But this is, oh yeah, I'm considering that, Sparta, doing an extreme desert next. Yeah, extreme desert might be, honestly, I think extreme desert would be easy compared to this. In extreme desert, you have soil. It might take a lot longer to get off the ground than like on a normal like temperate forest or something like that. But on an extreme desert, you can at least plant potatoes. You know? You can, I mean, yes, you have to deal with keeping cool, but there's enough like wood around in the form of cactuses and whatnot, that you can legitimately. All right, we'll tend without medicine. This desert and the fire spewing ducks dudes as your main race. Yeah, we could do an impid one. Horse sitting? No. The impids, yeah. Impids have heat tolerance, so that would easily be a thing. One of the things I thought about doing is a multiracial tribal start, where we pick 5 different colonists. We pick like an impid, a genie, an Eat-to-Keen, a pigskin, and a dirt mole. Those would be the 5. The other ones, the high mate and the hussar and the wasters. So I was thinking about doing one of those as a tribal start. So maybe we could do that in the desert. I think part of why this challenge is just hard is you have to say no to so many events due to the risk that you just spend a lot of time doing nothing. Yeah, 100%. Or just grow in soil under a sun lamp. Yep, we could do that too. Plus, in an extreme desert, I think we still get geothermal geysers, but even if we don't, there's there's resources on the map. We can go and mine steel out of a hill or a mountain on an extreme desert, and then we can use that steel to make windmills and solar panels and stuff like that. After doing Ice Sheet, I feel like every other map after Ice Sheet is just easy. 2 dupes this far into a game is terrifying. Yeah, yeah. Speaking of dupes, in Oxygen Not Included, we went up to 9 dupes yesterday. We've got a second rancher being trained up. God, that is such a good fucking playthrough. I know I spent a lot of time yesterday untying old knots, and that's going to continue for probably another session or 2. But the volcano is active and is going to start pumping out magma, meaning we're going to be able to get our petroleum flowing. You did say dupes. It's okay. Dupes, pawns, colonists, they're all the same thing. Now, we've got guests here. Can't do that. Yeah, we're not doing the distress signal. Dumbo joins. An optimistic jogger who's good at artistic, cooking, social. Oh, God, in any other playthrough, I'd be all about this. Cochlear implant. Hearing being bad is not the worst. 50 years old, though, so I guess no. Not the worst pawn in the world, though. Everybody's old. Welcome to the geriatric ice sheet, where everybody is at least 50 years old. 2 ants. Yeah, they might as well be ants, right? Just keeping an eye on Tom's flu while Barb mines. Slow it down and check their food level. Yeah, just walk through our house. I mean, I swear, if these guys weren't our only ally at the moment, I would just murder the whole lot of them. Let him butcher up that last Itakeen. Eat a simple meal first and then chop that up, please. Oh, sleeping alone because Tom is sleeping in the medical bed. I'm sorry, Barb. We'll get your lover back back on point shortly here. I did set the bills on this, right? I think she's going to do that right now. She is. Excellent. Question. There is no wildlife on this map. Problematic. Is this stuff almost deteriorated? No. Okay, so we've got 6 chunks up here, 30, 60. That's 90 more steel. I think there was something down. Yeah, these guys came in pods. So that's another 30. So that's 120 steel, theoretically. We've got 8 down here that Rachel brought back but didn't do anything with. That's another 30. So that's 150 steel over there total. So if we pull in all stupid cultists, don't you know I have a teleporting shooter? Right? Okay, granite blocks. Let's do some, some microing here. Skip and long jump legs are absolutely... Yep. If you can get skip... If you can get invisibility, skip, and berserk pulse on a vampire, that vampire can carry the entire colony. Four days until this -20 goes away. Let's make sure we get Tom tended right away. I don't want to have to spend medicine on Tom. We're 38.6. We're over 10 points past the flu, so we're going to try and tend without medicine a couple of more times. If it starts to catch up a little bit, then we'll give him some of the good stuff. But first round we went good stuff just to make sure he got ahead of it a little bit. If we can just kind of tended quality of 0. Barb, come on now. All right, we'll give him industrial tech next time around. Getting these walls swapped out, well, as many of them as we can get swapped out, is my main priority at the moment. Then we'll start hauling in the slag and starting to train Barb's shooting up again. All of these things are necessary, but... I mean, he's still beating the shit out of this flu, so... Blind healer. Body modder with no eyes. Unnatural healing. This might be the answer we were looking for. I don't necessarily want them in the colony long term, but if we can just bring them on and heal Barb up a little bit, and then send them, yep, that's exactly what I'm thinking, Aya. No, Sparta? What's up? I mean, it might result in a flesh tentacle, which would be problematic, but sometimes you gotta roll the dice, right? Tom's catharsis wore off. I mean, there's a couple of possible problems, right? There's the metal horror issue. Well, not always. Sometimes it doesn't have side effects. I don't know how much you've used it, but you can occasionally use it without side effects. I've gotten several, I mean, she could wind up with a flesh man's stomach. I don't know. It might be worth it, honestly, because the flesh tentacle will actually improve manipulation. It's a hard thing. Now, they've got hypothermia. I mean, it is a tough call. 25%. Yeah. It's risky. I don't know. This is a tough call. Yeah, you got 2 tentacles for arms. We did eventually wind up replacing them with bionics. At the very least, we got to bring him on and send him to the unwanted spot, because he did come in with 11 packaged survival meals, so we got to see if he's got a metal horror or not, because 11 packaged survival meals is nothing to sneeze at right now. I think it might be worth the risk to have him try to fix Barb. I mean, Barb is missing a toe, has a scar on her right arm, and has a scar on her neck. If we could get the neck scar and or the toe fixed, I think it might be worth the risk. All right, Flick, we need to get you. All right, we're gonna give it a shot. Might be a bad call, but I've already made a few bad calls today. Sorry for the visceral reaction, but I just do not trust these. I understand, Sparta. I don't blame you. Yep, she got a flesh tentacle. But she got her toe back. But that should have increased her manipulation. Flesh tentacle. It increases its efficiency, so you get a 20% boost to your. It's 100 parts working at 120%, so it enhances manipulation. But yeah, I do not fuck with the anomaly stuff unless I'm sure I can counter it. I don't think this gives her pain though. Oh, she gets a -6 for having the flesh tentacle. Yeah, that's wonderful. We tried. We tried. But that's all I really wanted from this guy was one use of his thing. Feels a little bad. Feels a little bad. I think people have a slight debuff on social too. Yeah, they'll get kind of like it does affect the beauty of the individual pawn. Yeah, because they're ugly. But here's the thing. They're already in a relationship with Tom. So we're just gonna hope they don't break up over her having a flesh tentacle. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I don't know that Barb is gonna stick around through this whole playthrough. What's wrong with flesh tentacle? Half the population got one. No? No takers? I'll see myself out. Oh my god. Awesome, BD. Here's the thing. Barb is a hot mess. Now, they are lovers again, but if it comes down to putting someone in front of of a raid or something, Barb is going to be the one that goes before Tom does. You know, nothing against Barb or anything, but she's older. She's beat up, like 82% movement, 67 talking, eating, 78 breathing, 86% consciousness. Like, she's just not, she's not doing well. It's again, I mean, we didn't send her away because she was Tom's ex-lover. You know? All right, what's Barb's biggest problem right now? She was a good lesson in how much good building material matters with low resources. Yeah, exactly. Her building really makes up for a lot of other things. That great memory on the ice sheet is a fantastic skill. The thing is if she starts getting too beat up, I mean, we got to pop off our rituals too today, guys. That's something that's on the agenda. It's just that we gotta kind of prioritize here. We've got We've got 10 walls worth of granite. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then we've got more of the chunks, so 3 more chunks, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 10, 15, 20. I don't know how many. Yeah, so we can replace. Oh, actually, we'll get these walls. We can replace all the outer walls on our core base with granite, and then we can. We might be able to replace a few other segments as well. I'd also like to replace this corner and this because the raiders can set fires at a diagonal. So we're going to replace this section of wall, this section of wall, and this section of wall all the way to here. And then whatever we have left, we'll prioritize, right? We've got uranium here. All this stuff doesn't burn. It sucks that this outer bit is made of steel because, you know, we don't want them to get in and smash up our wind turbine and stuff. But as bad as it is to have that happen, I feel like it's better to lose a wind turbine or a solar panel than it is to lose the entire core base. Do you want to replace walls that might go away at expansion? I said that earlier. I made the mistake of putting the plasteel ones here. I should not have done that. That was a dumb move on my part. But I do want to replace the core base walls with stone because stone can't be set on fire. Said you wanted to play some Magic today. Feel like playing that against my new deck? Yeah, later on after stream. I'm sure that some of my dailies involve playing certain spells. So even if I lose to you absolutely annihilating me, at least I'll get to play some spells and take off some dailies. I might try one of my new tricolor decks against yours. It's not going to be good, but oh my god, oh my god. Medical treatment needed. Is that Tom or is that douchebag? Tom. Tom, how far ahead are you on the flu? 57 over 45. All right, I'm willing to go another round with no medicine. See, now that she's getting over her blood loss, look at this. Consciousness 96, moving 92. We've increased her movement considerably. Her breathing is down low because of the neck scar. I'm not sure which would have been better to heal, the neck scar or the... Okay, you know what? Let's have you micro a few things. Tom wakes up from the flu, asks, did you cut your hair? Right. Well, you don't want to be in this tunnel I'm building. No, probably not. Now, one of the big problems with what we're doing is we're going to have cold in here for a while. They broke up. Of course they did. What was the final straw? Tom told Barb that it's not working out. I hate you guys. I hate you all. He legitimately broke up with her because she has a flesh tentacle. I am blown away at how ridiculous this playthrough is. 10 tox traps with barricades that slow you down one after the other. Ooh. Nice, Sparta. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. At least he won't be as upset when the inevitable downfall comes. On again, off again. Let you clean the trash. If the bleeding won't kill the raiders, the mustard gas. Oh, sight stealers are coming. Let's get that wall built. Quickly, quick, 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 quick. Okay, so walls. Okay. Fine. And we're going to get a colonist died debuff because Flick was technically a colonist. We could have banished him, I suppose, but I got greedy. Got greedy. Hey, thanks for making it so I don't die from the flu, but I don't like how you've changed. Yeah. We've killed stuff together. We've God, they've done like just wow. Just absolutely wow. You know what I mean? I can hear them out there. I can hear the sight stealers. All right, this thing is giving 3.6 from the cold. 2.4. We lose that, but she's got a tattered clothes debuff, right? Yeah, so let's get her into a sash. Tom literally arrested her to convert her, then break up after she saved his life just because of a tentacle? Gosh, yeah. Welcome to the Rim. Welcome to the Rim. So Sight Stealer is just the name of the creature, but in Adam's first time playing Anomaly, the Sight Stealers actually took a pawn's eye off. For the rest of the game, he just thought that's what they did. Yeah, I remember that. I absolutely remember that. All right, guys. It's time for me to take a quick restroom break. Liquid in equals liquid out and all that good jazz. I'm going to put up the links to Bobby's music if you're enjoying the Be Right Back music, Starting Soon music. He did that for me. And go show him some love if you do. We'll be back. We'll do some more of the ice sheet. This is just, it's just nonsense. I'll be right back. Okay, everybody, I'm back. Thank you, Joker. I mean, I didn't do it, but if you do like the music, the links to the guy who made it are right up there. His name is Bobby. He plays in a group called the Electric Delirium. They're mostly like, do some recordings type of band. They don't play out or anything. Excuse me. Grabbed a couple of bites of hummus and pita while I took a break. I was really looking forward to the fact that we're replacing our walls with granite, but Jesus, this is just absolute nonsense. I'm actually going to suspend this because it's more wealth when it's in block form than it is in chunk form. By the way, hi, Joker. Now, here's the situation. We really should have banished Flick. I don't know if the howl comes from a banish, though. Like, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But these sight stealers are going to make sure that we have to stay in, and that's problematic. Why do you need... Wow, okay, let's get you some food. Tom is going to break. Tom is going to break. I can't have Tom break. Alright, real quick. Let's play our old games. Let's, Barb, let's wall ourselves in for our own safety. What other material do I have? I guess I'm going to have to make a granite wall right here. This is what I'm going to do to deal with this situation. We're going to have to, like, Tom is likely to break, right? So we need to build walls in front of our doors, because if Tom breaks and goes outside with a sight stealer there, that's the end of the run. Feeling yucky? I am sorry. Well, this is going to turn into a whole spiral here. How do we deal with that, though? Like, Can't arrest them. We're just going to have to let them scream it out, and if they smash the place up, maybe don't break up with your on-off girlfriend after she saves your life, Tom. So here's the real problem. Tom still has the flu. You can't tend to someone when they're mood breaking. So I'm gonna show you guys the problem with insulting sprees. Insulted times 3 for negative 14. Insulted times 4, negative 17. Like, that is obscene. I do really feel like they need to nerf the debuff on insulting sprees. Negative 20 because of 5 insults. You're telling me that my son died is a negative 20. 5 insults is a negative 20. Really doesn't seem like that's really well balanced right there. Like, there's legitimately not much we can do about this. Like, there's not enough space, and it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. Yeah. Negative 23. I mean, at least it seems to have a bell curve to it. The first few ones are a lot more of a mood hit, but she's literally tanked out to 0. She might mood break and kill Tom at this rate. Like, when you get extreme break risks like that, they can go on a murderous rage, they can go catatonic, they can do so many different things that are just absolutely horrible. How long does this last? 2 days, too. It's going to last 2 days, negative 28 so far. And he's still going. He's still hurling insults. Do you imagine that? Do you imagine, like, me saying fuck you 5 times is not comparable to your son dying? Exactly. Negative 31, insulted 9 times. You know what, Barb? You're ugly and you stink and your tentacle is slimy. Your face is covered by a mask. I can't even see what's going on there. What kind of hat is that anyway? It's a red hat? Who the hell wears a red hat? What's that thing on your back? You freaking shock lance. You wasted a charge on that guy. I know we would have smashed our shit up, but couldn't you have just sorted it out? I mean, punch the guy in the neck. Why'd you have to waste our good weapons? I mean, yeah, I guess. Insulted times 10, negative 33. There's no chance that she doesn't horribly mood break right now. Like, she is just going to horribly mood break. And if she decides to mood break and punch a wall until it breaks, the sight stealers come in and kill us. Like, that's it. She's got a negative 15 from being broken up with, negative 33 from being insulted. I don't even know what to do. I don't even know what to do right here. I bet your son fucking killed himself because he had you as a mother. Oh, Tom was the father. Barb wasn't the mother. Tom was the father. Which is the whole reason he just broke. He's 3 days away from sorting himself out. Well, and social fight. Fuck a duck. I mean, at least that ended his break, but, like, she is the doctor. I need her to tend to herself before she freaking, breaks, and then I need her to tend to him. Do not blame her for finally just smacking him with a tentacle, right? I mean, at least, I don't think anything got ripped off. Nothing got ripped off, okay. You can tend to yourself after that with... We don't have herbal, but I'm going to put it on herbal anyway. And then she's got to doctor his ass. Negative 33 for 1.9 days. Negative 15 for 24 days. I got to get her a meal, too. Just make sure he doesn't bleed to death, then you can eat, please. Who would go off on a 65-year-old who is the doctor? I don't know. While there's, like, angry monsters outside. I mean, grumble to yourself quietly, for fuck's sake, Tom. I need you to eat a meal. Can't have you starving to death when you eventually mood break again. This is absolute fucking nonsense. Tom is not a good person. The pawn. Of course, of course. Real life Tom is actually a sweetheart. Pit Burrow has collapsed. At least we've got that going for us. Let me see something real quick. You know what? No, let's not tend with the good medicine. Tom is quite far ahead of the flu. We don't need to waste the industrial medicine on him. Oh, I forgot. I totally forgot. That motorcycle reminded me. Barb, real life Barb made me a vroom vroom emote, so I got to get that sorted as well. Barb, if you're still there, when we go to play Magic, remind me to just upload that and put it into the emotes thing if you could. If we both forget, no big deal, but there's a good chance I'll forget. And I've already got 1,000 post-it notes on my desk. I got to call the dentist really bad. Ah, Tom. You've been up here in the ice a long time, Tom. This is just nonsense. Pure and simple nonsense. Negative 30 fucking 3 for a day and a half. But I'm extremely comfortable. 10 days on Rachel dying. Dull hospital. God, what nonsense. Ratty apparel. Yeah, because they got in a fist fight, which means that, yeah, her face mask just took a major hit. I don't even think I'm going to take it off her. Like, it's not going to make a goddamn bit of difference with all these mood debuffs. Like, a half a year broken up with Tom. Serious pain from from the fist fight. It's just, this is just... If we overcome this and actually get a chance to launch a ship, I would just be freaking insanely ecstatic. I mean, it's gonna take forever at this rate. We're gonna be living this shack with 2 pawns for the next like 2 or 3 months of stream. I feel like. I mean, hopefully not, but every little step forward results in like 2 steps back here. It's I mean, it's what we signed up for. I was well aware that this is what we signed up for, but like I said earlier, and I'll be honest with you, if we lose this attempt, I don't know that I would want to immediately start in on a fresh attempt if we lose this attempt. I might want to take a break and go play an Extreme Desert or something. All right, Tom's almost got immunity. All right, and now this can be your bed. Barb's keeping the big sleeping bag. Nonsense. Pure and simple nonsense. Let's puke all over ourselves. All right, do you have, all right, you have the flu. I guess that's why you're puking. "22 hours. Can you keep it together for 22 hours? I can't believe she got a freaking negative 15 from a breakup. I got an idea, but it's not going to be without risk. I mean, shoot. Berserk. Might be the end of the run right here. She's gonna beat the shit out of Tom. Like, she's gonna try and beat him to death, more or less. And I don't think... Is there anything we can do about it? Tom has the Insanity Lance, not the Shock Lance, so that doesn't help. None of this is gonna help. Right? Best we could do is draft Tom and tell him to attack Barb. So at least he gets some hits in. He's got the better melee. No, not fire. Okay, so Barb is down. Anybody lose anything? This is fucking insane. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. Actually, we're gonna, oh man. We're gonna need an expendable mule. Yeah, probably. I mean, we have parties. We've been trying to get to the parties. Like, I was like, okay, let's get these walls sorted. I was just trying to get a few segments of walls repaired. I wanted to get, you know, a handful of things done. And I was like, then we'll get the parties going. All right, what's your thought process, Sparta? You've had some really good ideas. Not gonna lie, you've had a few iffy ideas, but keep them coming because you got to throw them out there, right? Mind-shattering pain. I'm like... Wait, she's not bleeding to death. Same thing over here. Not bleeding to death, so... Let's clean the barracks, and then let's let them tend. You got enough steel for the advanced research bench? We already have the advanced research bench, Sparta. We're looking right at it. Right here. We just haven't been doing advanced research because we went into winter. And we really just can't afford the power. We were prioritizing our crops. The idea was get through winter with most things turned off. Prioritize getting a few more crop plots down, grow some food. Once this thing comes into full force, start doing some advanced research. If we get enough steel, put down a second solar panel. No stress, no stress. There's a lot going on. And I know you got your own game going. And the compression from Twitch is definitely making the screen darker for you guys. So don't you stress. Don't you stress at all. And we've got a colonist left unburied because Flick is dead up here. Which means we're not even going to be able... I mean, they're frozen, I suppose. But, like... What up, Bat Guy? How you doing? How you doing? Welcome on in. I'm going to do a quick shout-out for Bat Guy over here. Shout out the Bat Guy. Double T in that name. How you doing, Bat? We've got some absolute nonsense going on, you know, as per usual in the colony. So... we're trying so hard to recover. Like, they got into a relationship, then we got an unnatural healer join event, so I had them heal her. Her toe grew back, but she wound up with a flesh tentacle. That's right after they got together. Apparently, she was ugly enough with the flesh tentacle that Tom broke up with her, even though she was tending to his flu and keeping him alive. We were really, really close to him being upset about his son ending. It ends in 1.8 days, but he was so fucking fucked up. Oh, I need to get him food. I really, really should not. Let's just put everything on default here. But he wound up breaking and going on an insulting spree. That insulting spree resulted in Barb going berserk, so he had to punch her down. He's got the worst medical, so now he's tending to himself and her. Okay, she's standing up and healing. So it's been a nightmare. Guys, go check out the Bat Guy. Bat Guy plays Ani. You play a little Rimworld too. I think. You play a bunch of stuff, but you said you usually have one main game at any given time. Yeah, sounds like Rimworld for sure. Alright, Tom's mood is recovering at the moment. And we've got Sight Stealers outside. Tom's in a daze. Daze works. This is why I walled this in. If Tom went on a daze and we didn't have these walls here, he would walk right out the door into the Sight Stealers' open claws. He's already got a catharsis. The thing is his mood was actually improving. He just went on a daze before his mood could get up. It was, oh my god. So what I'm thinking is that if you can send the mule out for wood specifically to expand out the hydroponics quickly and cheap. Sparta, it's not a space problem. It's a resource problem. We can easily fit another 2, 3, even 4 basins in here. Like, I know that sounds crazy and it's cramped, but we need steel more than we need wood. I don't need to expand out the walls at all yet. At all. We need the food, not the space. Catharsis stacks. Okay, that's good to know. Um, like, we can shift the table around. We can put one here, one here. We could even put one here and move the bench. Like, it's not really. It's not a matter of space. It's legitimately a matter of getting the steel to make the basins, which was one of the reasons I was deconstructing the walls. I was like, if we could spend the steel to get a stonecutter's bench, we could get up walls that are no longer flammable, making it a lot easier to defend against raiders. And then the steel that we re-grab from that almost, not really, but makes up for a little bit of the difference. Then we've got several slag chunks on the map that if we haul in and smelt up, we could really make some progress. Honestly, if we didn't have sight stealers and mood breaks and problems of the such, we would actually be in a pretty good position now. We'd already have a few more hydroponics built, but we just do not have the luck on our side. All right, and I don't have food sitting here. So we hoping someone wanders in to reveal the sight stealers? More or less, yeah. I don't think you can scan underground resources on Sea Ice, Sparta. At least that's what Johnny Cat said. And he's pretty knowledgeable on these things. I think we can dig up chunks. I just don't think we can actually scan for steel. Hydroponics is our entire life. It'll get us food, and then once we've got our food stabilized, making more of it gets us drugs, and drugs can be sold. It really does come down to the hydroponics. It was just that we had the opportunity. Put down the deep drill. It was red. That might be because we technically don't have the research. Well, actually, we have that. Yeah, I don't think the deep drill will. It says not enough. So I don't know if it's red because we don't have the resources or red because we can't do it. I don't remember if we had the resources the last time we checked. And that's the other thing is, like, it requires the resources. Yeah, let's say we get down the scanner, right? Let's say, like, by some miracle, we get enough materials, we get enough power going, we've got enough food to take care of ourselves, and we put a scanner down. What are the odds the scanner grabs anything even remotely close to the base? We've got all this open map. If it scans steel up here, what the hell are we going to do? We can't go up there and get it. I mean, yes, it's training for intellect. You know, one of them can be researching at one of the benches while the other one is scanning, but not likely to help us here. I'm gonna just have to 3 this along because no matter what we do, we don't have any control right now. Tom's gonna do whatever Tom's gonna do and whatever. See you later, Julie. Have a good one. You take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. God, I'm legitimately not sure how we're going to come back from this. Like, this is classic Rimworld right here. Straight from the wiki, drills placed on ice, predominantly found in the ice sheet and sea ice biomes, will not produce stone chunks, though ore deposits on ice can be scanned, accessed, and mined as usual. Oh, okay. So I had it backwards then. Fair enough. Fair enough. You know what we could do? We could deconstruct this light, although it won't get us very much of anything if I could actually click on it. I'm not going to worry about that right now. We're straight up in just like mood management, and his mood is absolutely bottomed out because he's still upset about his son. He's in intense pain, ravenously hungry, which is your fault, Tom. You're mood breaking. Go eat a goddamn sandwich. Actually, I think I can get him. I think he'll eat a packaged survival meal if I put it on the thing here. Maybe. Um, if I had to wager a guess, I'd say this colony's gonna fail in the next little bit here. I'm not 100%. If you had to rely on long-range scanner, that would really be really... Yeah. I don't mind having to rely on trade if we can get enough resources to get one big room. All right, Barb's turn to wander around aimlessly. Wonderful. If we recover from this mood spiral, I would be pleasantly surprised. You guys do see now why I had to wall these doors in, right? I know I've brought that up a couple of times, but I think that's the smartest thing I've done this entire playthrough. If I hadn't done that, we'd already have lost, hands down. Like, no chance we would have survived without that. Meanwhile, they're not even cleaning, right? So this place is getting dirtier and dirtier and dirtier and dirtier, which is going to just drive down their mood even more. Psychotic wandering and sad wandering. Alright, Tom is no longer in a psychotic state. He's going to eat food. He's still in serious pain, but that's 70 catharsis. Double catharsis, 70. So, I mean, Tom's going to have to be the rock from here on out. We're going to have to go back to micromanaging stuff. No, clean the barracks before you do that, bud. Better than a murderous rage is absolutely true. Nine hours on the -20 at least. Not that it matters. We're not going to be able to bury him or chop him up or any of that. So we're going to have that -10 for a while. Oh my god, a psychic soothe. Something going right. Been in the dark for a while. This thing doesn't... should be given... You know what? Okay. Barb is back. Intense pain, which is going to take a while. At least the Psychic Soothe is going to help her get through her pain. She's got a double catharsis. She's eating food. Flick was a rival to Barb. Excellent. My rival Flick died. That's fantastic. Was he a rival to, No. Even though he's a rival, she still gets a colonist left on buried debuff. Wonderful. We got to go back to micromanaging food because we can't go out and do anything about it. Absolutely nuts. Worth festival to hope for a meat shield? I mean, if we do a festival, the Sight Stealer's going to kill them. Like, that's just what's going to happen. And then we've got another rotting corpse of a colonist out on the ice that we can't get to get rid of the mood debuff or to eat. So, can't festival. But they'll show up while the meat shield is there. I mean, let's suppose we do a ritual, right? And we get a good colonist. Someone worth keeping. Maybe instead of Barb. Not saying we're gonna consciously get rid of Barb, but let's say we, now that they're ex-lovers again, what if we got a colonist that was worth keeping? Maybe, going up to 3 is dangerous. Keeping it below 2 stops keeping it below 3 stops certain events. If we can stay on 1 or 2 colonists, we're not gonna have as many big things happen. The reason we got that mech cluster was because we had 3 colonists and our wealth was getting out of control. So, God. But yeah, there's too much that can go wrong doing a festival with the site stealers out there. There's just too much that can go wrong. God, this whole playthrough is just pushing a boulder up fucking hill. Hydrate? I can do that. I can do that. Okay, Tom is over his son dying, and one of his catharses have worn off. So when we lose that 40, oof. I mean, we've still got a negative 10 here from the colonists left unburied, which we'll deal with whenever we can get past the site stealers. We went from having Tom be the mood problem to Barb being the mood problem. I mean, she's got... I mean, he had a half a year debuff of negative 20 because of his son. Now she's got a half year debuff. Excuse me, drank that water too fast because Tom broke up with her. It's just, they're just swapping massive debuffs back and forth at this point. Sisyphus called. He wants his boulder back. Yes. Good one. I like that reference. I don't even know what to research. There's nothing we really need to research, but there's nothing else to do either. Screw it. Let's research the television. I mean, we might as well keep Tom researching. I mean, he's gone from like... I don't even remember what his research was. It was like a 3 or a 4 when we started. We're up to a 13 because he's just been reading nonstop. Theoretically, that'll be good if and when we do get those ground penetrating scanners up, because he'll be pretty quick at scanning, which will be the only thing left for him to do once we get a few of the advanced researches knocked out, but don't seem to have the time to get that done either. And Tom need an intervention on toxic relationships. Yeah. I mean, I guess they're just old and cranky. Barb is 65. Tom is 49. 49? I thought he was older than that. No, we don't have ground penetrating scanner. We have the deep drilling done. We don't have ground penetrating scanner. Sorry, if I said that, I do apologize. Yeah, they both have bracket age. So the way it works in Rimworld is this is their biological age, and this is their chronological age. So Tom spent time in a crypto sleep casket, which stopped his growth. So he's biologically 49 years and 2 days old, and he's chronologically 137 years old. Apparently Barb never spent any time in a crypto sleep casket. Yeah, that's what I said, Sparta. I think that's what I said. If I said it backwards, I apologize, but... Yeah, yeah, exactly. Chronophagy works the same. There's also age reversal in the biosculptors. I mean, we are getting to the point where we've got... It would be 15 days of food with one person. We've got like 7 days of food. Oh, you said it earlier before I answered. Fair enough. Chat lag is a thing. Psychic Soothe is ending, so Barb's going to start having more problem. Biosculptor takes way too much time. Yeah, it does. The only time I use Biosculptors is when I'm at the point where I've got like 30 pawns, and I'm like, all right, I can take one pawn out of rotation. And then I basically stick them in a Biosculptor closet and do it. And that's after I've replaced anything that I can, like, you know, just nonstop replace every limb, every other problem, and then only put them in the Biosculptor if they have like a brain injury or like a torso scar or something like that. And if I have the option of making them into a vampire so that shit heals the scars, that's also on the table, usually before the Biosculptor. There's a lot of things that you can do before the Biosculptor becomes an option. So here's something to consider, because we're gonna wind up in a position where we have to deal with these site stealers, and we don't know how many site stealers it is, right? When they do the howl, it can actually be multiples. We might have 3, 4, 5 site stealers outside. Now they're glass cannons, but you know our people are gonna take a hit. One thing we could theoretically do is get an EMP, because I do believe EMPs will actually stun anomaly stuff. I know it works on the Revenant. I don't know if it works on the site stealers. So in theory, we could open the door and just have someone start throwing EMPs and hope the EMPs hit them before they can get to the person blocking the door. You know, which would have to be Tom, because Tom's got the better melee, which sucks because Tom's also the only one who's not shredded. Like, Barb is... I mean, she's not as fucked up as she was before because we did the unnatural healing, but that tentacle is adding to her negative mood, which wouldn't be a problem if we had a larger barracks or a nicer barracks, but this place is mediocre, which is crazy, which is absolutely crazy. We had a slightly impressive barracks when it was smaller because it was all made of steel, right? Like, if the Biosculptor took 5 years, I'd be worth it. All right, sounds good, Aya. You have a good lurk. We'll see you when you get back from your meeting. There is a single snow hare on the map, and we are chewing through all of our reserve food right now. Not that it matters. Like, here's the thing, right? Even if we went out and killed the site stealer, we're not going to eat the twisted meat because it's a massive, massive mood debuff to eat the twisted meat. Plus, the dread leather would then be on the board, giving us wealth that we didn't need, and people won't buy the dread leather unless you make it into clothing first. So we get into this situation where it's just like... I'm like, what do we do right now? And honestly, there's nothing we can do. Waiting is probably the best course of action. If we get lucky enough, if we get lucky enough, we'll get a trader that comes in, right? And that would be fine, but like, we're not even guaranteed that the pods would land. And I just passed out. I've just been sleeping here. No shit, Fen. I hope you're okay. Don't push yourself too hard. What kind of material are we talking, Sparta? Like tired, passed out? Gotcha, gotcha. We have 25 granite blocks. We have 26 steel. We have 1 limestone block, and we have 1 plasteel. That's what we got. Fan, if you got to get some sleep, go get some sleep, man. Like, Jesus. I think we have a knife in here I could smelt down. I guess when Barb wakes up, I'll have her smelt down the knife. I mean, maybe... Blunt is superior due to overkill. Yeah, yeah. It does radiant damage. So if you hit him in the hand and it overkills the hand, it'll radiate up the arm. Yep, yep. I know. Maybe. I mean, we'd have to make him a granite club. I mean, a granite club might be a good answer. Got 27 meals left. I kind of want to wait a little bit longer. Spoils in 6.1 days. God, it might be worth dealing with it just because we would have to get rid of that. We got to get rid of that colonist left unburied debuff. Either that or spend materials on a smithy for a mace. That's 200 plus materials. Yeah, we can't actually do that. Even if we deconstructed everything that we're not currently using, I don't think we'd be able to afford to put up a smithy and make a uranium mace and make any type of mace. We don't have the materials. If we could actually get in to haul in the slag, we might be able to get through that, but we're stuck within this walls. What we have to work with is within these walls. Everything we have that we can make happen, you can see on your screen right now. So we have 25 granite. I don't even know how much a club costs to make. I guess we could put down a crafting spot and check, right? It costs 40. We literally don't even have enough material. I guess we could have her chop up the more chunks. But yeah, we would have to have her chop up more chunks and then use like half of our granite to make a club. So I'll chop up the chunks. I'll chop up this chunk so we have enough to make it if it comes down to that. $27 meals. All right, we need to decide on a line. I think we wait it out until we go down to 20 meals. If we hit 20 meals and nothing has happened to help sort this situation out, then we make a club and we deal with the site stealers that way. I'll give it a day and a half, 2 days. Sparta, I'd love to. But even if we research it, so 2 things. This requires 250 watts of power, and we don't have sun back yet. We're barely keeping the power on for the heat right now. So we would have to turn this on. Like, our grid excess is currently 1700, but this thing keeps going down and up. So yes, we could micromanage to research transport pods theoretically, but then how do we get the chem fuel? We have no organics to break down, and if we had organics to break down, yeah, no, I appreciate you throwing ideas out, and I don't want to sound like I'm ungrateful or that I'm just like trying to shut you down for the sake of shutting you down, but yeah. No chem fuel, not enough steel to make it. We would have to make the transport pod launcher. We'd have to build the transport pod. We would have to fuel it with chem fuel. And then we'd have to put people in it to send them out to do whatever. If we launch it to send them to go and trade, they still have to walk home. So they have to have food for the return trip. And we'd have to have enough to sell for it to be worth it anyway. Literally, we would spend all those materials, all that time, all that stuff. And we would send them out just to buy enough food for them to come home with again. Like, that's literally where we would be at, so. Like, when you think of the math that way, it's like, I mean, how much are we going to be able to sell a handful of sashes and 49 human leather for? You know what I mean? Not much. Probably not even enough to get the meals to eat on the way home, quite frankly. The other problem is that if we don't... You know what? I heard... I think you can actually... If you set up a dumping zone, does that fix this problem? I know there's a way to fix the problem. I've seen Adam do that numerous times where he creates some sort of zone and it stops them from being unburied because they're where they're supposed to be. Yeah, major break risk, of course. Because her catharsis wore off. I was thinking of using it to farm rep. I mean, the amount of steel and components that would go into launching it would be more wealth than we have to put in it for rep anyway. I get what you're saying, though. If we could get enough rep, we could call in allies and they could deal with our problems. Yep. 25 meals. We kind of need Barb to have a non-violent mood break, like a daze or something like that, and then get a catharsis, and then pull this, pull some maneuvers here. Yeah, absolutely. Randy, please save us. I know you're the one that hurt us. Well, I think I hurt myself more than anything. I feel like instead of trying to be greedy and get Flick as food, I should have just actually set him up to go on a caravan and then just abandoned the caravan or like something like that. Basically get him off map so his howl wouldn't happen, but who knows if that would have even made a difference. So here's the other thing too. We've got one shock lance charge and 2 insanity lance charges. If we absolutely had to, I'm not sure. I don't know if there's any type of psychic sensitivity on sight stealers. A lot of the anomaly stuff doesn't succumb to shock lances. So I'm not even sure if that would help us, but at least it exists. We've got the nerve spiker, so if Tom melee blocks the doorway, if Barb can hit a couple of nerve spiker shots and stun them, we might be able to get away with minimal damage. It's just those sight stealers tend to leave scars. I don't know if I've ever had one of them attack a normal colonist and not gotten a scar. Raid. Neanderthals. How many? 4 all melee Neanderthals. See if there's any other angles. Okay. This might be good. Is there any way I can deal with her mood a little bit? I don't think there is. Now here's the weird hope. We have to hope there's enough sight stealers to break the raid, but the raid kills most or all of the sight stealers. This is not going to be good. I don't think site stealers go away, right? Like, once they're on map, they're on map. Is there any chance that the cold actually made them leave? I don't think they work that way. They don't. Okay, so we're literally just playing the waiting game at the moment. They're getting too close right now. My nerves are shot right now. Come on, site stealers. I'm gonna have to take an attempt, but then the site stealers might come at us. I gotta take a shot. I gotta take a shot. Back in. There it is. There it is. Okay. Can we pop this guy while they go after the site stealer, though? Okay, so he's going around. And they already killed the fucker. Insanity Lance is probably our best bet here. We just got to get the opportunity to use it. Yeah. Tom, go this way. Granite walls helping a bit. Hit him. Hit him and run. Too close, too close, too close, too close. Oh, end of the run. End of the run. End of the run. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Alright, they're fighting each other. Nose is shattered. Wonderful. Alright, you guys get in. You guys get in. Alright, what do we got health-wise? 7 hours, 9 hours, and a fire up there. Alright, they're broken. They're broken. They're broken. Please allow me to do this. Okay, we got food and the sight stealer is dead. Exactly, exactly. And Tom lost a nose. Hold on. Tom. Rest until healed. Barb. I want Barb to do the tending because she's better at it. Now he's just as ugly as Barb. Maybe they'll get back together. This run is fucking cursed. This run is so fucking cursed. As soon as Tom's not bleeding, I gotta send her out to punch the sight stealer. That insanity lance, I'm telling you. You're the one that chose to start with... Yeah. No, I did. This is all my fault. 100% my fault. What is a sight stealers? They're from the new Anomaly DLC. They're basically the starter threat. They're very glass cannon. They're invisible until they get a few tiles away or until you use something to reveal them. And they scratch at people and you kill them. They're pretty easy to kill. The Neanderthals took it down quick. It did scratch them a little bit. How you doing, miss? Welcome on in. God, this is absolute nonsense. Mood is in the shitter. Everybody is fucked up. Jesus. Can you eat? Let's everybody get a snack real quick. Yeah, they're an issue in packs. First chief of Circa people is requesting a favor. Her friend Brexos Wolf Albioi is interested in learning about other cultures, and she wants you to host him at Sea Ice for 12 days. Wolf is suffering from paralytic abasia. Oh my god. Can't do it. Can't do it. Legitimately can't do it. We might be able to. I was thinking the same thing, Sparta. Cannibal fine meals. Real quick, though. Can we get that colonist buried? If we can get Flick buried, we can get rid of -10 and get some food. Buried in our stomachs, exactly. Okay, that deals with that debuff. I'm never doing this again. I am never doing it again. My house feels like your game, an ice sheet. Burr, I strongly dislike the cold. Yeah, I grew up in the Northeast. What's that? What? It's negative. Yeah, I mean, it's 69 degrees in our house. It's only, and it's 17 degrees outside. It's not the worst. All right, we made a couple of meals. That'll do. Oh my God. Can we go back to playing Oxygen Not Included? This is weighing heavily on my nerves. This is an absolute fucking shit show, I swear to God. I'm telling you right now, that shock lance and that insanity lance, best thing we ever did was buy those. 69 degrees house too. Yeah. I don't mind it being a little colder when I can sleep and cuddle up inside a blanket, but yeah, cold is not fun. Once the sun finally decides to show up, maybe grow a patch of heal root. Might be a good idea, actually. Good call, Sparta. We've got a little bit of sun now. Yeah, we got enough food to push through, theoretically. 18. These each need 70. That's 140. This thing's 2,900 during the day. Ugh. I'm actually going to let her plant the heal root. Yeah, of course you're going to wear a cloth face mask with that nose. Clean first, then cook. I totally am using the trick I think I saw here where the prisoner runs around in an area they have access to food with no prison bed. It's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we did that last time when we were dealing with Barb. All right, we've got a slate club. We'll keep that in our repertoire for now. Yeah, not having prison breaks is awesome. And if they're in the room that's not a prison and it's a really nice room, they'll get the bonus from, like, you know, nice barracks, nice recreation room. So I use that. You missed a sight stealer locking us inside the house. 4 Neanderthals attacking. They killed the sight stealer. We got a couple of shots off on them. They set some fires. We popped out, hit one with an insanity lance. Tom's nose got crushed because they attacked him before they started attacking each other. They broke. We shot one in the back while he was running away so we could chop him up and eat him later. Tom and Barb broke up. I don't know if you were here before that happened. You know, just the normal stuff. Yeah, that was the last thing, the breakup. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for hanging out. Welcome back. I don't even know what's going on. We're planting some heal root because how long does that take to grow? 7 days, so about 4 days realistically. Yep, got the slate club from one of the idiots. I'll hang on to it. And we've got a little bit of human leather, so... Actually, no, Tom, let's not do that. Rare thrombos. Stake walking on map. Not that we could do anything about it. Those things would absolutely fucking wreck us. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to get those in our bellies, though. That's just not worth the risk, though. We are not up to the game. On the plus side, we could do a ritual. God. They do not. Thrombos are not psychically sensitive. And as much as I'd like to have that meat, the only thing keeping us from losing at this point is when raids hit, we have insanity lances, so. I've been playing again. It's been a while. I love how people crawl towards safety now. Yeah, there's a lot of really quality updates that came with 1.5. Even if you're not playing on Anomaly, the 1.5 update is really tight. Alright, so this is where we look at everybody's gear again. Your face mask is garbage. We don't have the materials to make you a new one. Oh god, that thrombo right there. Yeah. Fuck. Human leather sash, cloth parka. Trying real hard here, folks. Trying real hard. I don't think we can make a toque out of leathers. No. It has to be cloth or wool for the toques. But we have an extra one here, right? Yeah, who needs the new toque? For now, let's wait. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Tail cap? Ooh. Good call. Good call. Actually, hold on. We had an extra toque. Normal, forced, 50. Yeah, we're gonna need one because Barb's is gonna run out real soon. So we'll make a tail cap for her. Basically, it's a one-time berserk. So if you hit like a raider with an insanity lance, they'll become completely enraged and attack whatever's next to them, including allies. So we hit one of them with an insanity lance, so the other one's aggroed to it, and we took a couple of shots at the one that wasn't berserked. Between that and the damage the Sight Stealer did, and a couple of shots that we got off, we did enough damage for them to break, and then we shot the guy in the back on the way out. So basically, Tom hit some. They were coming around this corner. Tom hit one with an insanity lance. They were so close that they both started attacking Tom, but Tom took a couple of steps and then they started fighting each other right on these two tiles. Basically, Tom skipped into the door. Him and Barb stood in the doorway, shoot the one that was not insanity lanced. While the others came around, they all started to fight a little bit. Enough damage was done to break it. Because you don't actually have to even kill anybody with raids. You have to do 50-something% damage to the raid. So if you knock everybody in a raid down to like 49% health, the raid will break even if none of them are dead. We have one charge of our Insanity Lance and one charge of our Shock Lance left. Those have been the things that have gotten us through the last two raids, so that's pretty awesome. Not gonna lie, pretty awesome. We need to make sure we keep an eye on the meat and the corpses because we are in spring, so we're dipping back and forth between things being refrigerated and things being frozen. And we're micromanaging her building, making us new clothing. 76. So that parka is going to go bad real soon here. So let's get another parka made. We've got a decent amount of stuff, including flak, but we don't have cloth to make the flak chest. We could, in theory, make a chain shotgun, but I think our charge rifle and, like, the chain rifle shotgun is not the best as far as range. Our range is what's helping us get things done. We could make heavy SMGs, but they're better in a kill box than open field combat. I'd rather have a charge rifle for open field combat. And the Nerf Spiker is actually pretty good. We've got that Masterwork Recurve, which is also more accurate than an SMG. We don't have assault rifles yet, which is what I would build if we had the technology. I know about raids. So does the lance break after its use up, or can it? It has 2 charges, and once the charges are finished, it's done. It basically just disappears at that point. So they're very useful, especially early game and low population. If you can pick up a couple of charge lances or shock lances and insanity lances for your early game colonists, they can come in clutch in destroying raids. We had a raid earlier where one of them broke through the door and we just had Barb immediately shock lance them and it broke the raid. Yeah, they're fantastic early game. They're expensive though. They're, you know, if you're playing on losing is fun, they're going to range from like 700 to like 900 depending on your social skill. So there is that. Serious pain, but he's not upset about his kid anymore. And now she's got 16 days to get over him breaking up with her. We can, once we can afford the electricity to get the high-tech research bench. I'm not personally a fan of snipers. Snipers never actually work for me. You need to have a really good shot and you need to be really lucky. By the time, like, you're literally going to get off one shot. Yeah, Barb got smashed. No, you need precision rifling. Precision rifling is the first tier of advanced research for guns. Right here. We need precision rifling for assault rifles or sniper rifles. You need to get microelectronics and research up to gas operation to get into that. Then multi-barrel weapons could get miniguns. Not a big fan of those. I mean, they can be useful in some situations if you've got lot of colonists and stuff. So, medicine production, moisture pump, growth vats, ground penetrating scanner, multi-analyzer. Would love to get into multi-analyzer and fabrication. That would be fantastic, but that's a lot of research and a lot of tech that we just do. A lot of resources we don't have. Our main grind is still food. How long have we been on this planet? We've been on this planet 178 days, and we're still struggling to keep food. Like, that is our main problem right now. Let's have you eat meal. Speaking of... Literally to the point where I am micromanaging them eating meals. I'm waiting until they're, like, friggin' starving. Yeah, Barb really is getting the short end of the stick. She's, still has that neck scar, has a scar on her right arm, and now she has a flesh tentacle. At least the unnatural healing grew back her missing toe, so she can move a little faster. She's at 92 instead of 88, but her consciousness is low, which is affecting everything because that stab scar is making it so that she can't breathe as well, which is then lowering the consciousness. So we have a 4% debuff to consciousness because of the stab scar, and the consciousness is then dropping our movement speed, so... Alright, let me get a quick little hydrate in. Thank you for redeeming that, BD. If you're muting the tab, it'll still count you as watching, but if you turn down the volume or mute the actual app itself, it won't. And they're getting better at tracking everything every day. Sometimes, some of it, I think even YouTube, if it's not an active screen, it won't count the watch. So I think if you mute the tab, I think it still counts as a watch, but I'm not 100% sure, honestly. Either way, I do appreciate you being here, even if you're just popping in every once in a while to say hi, even if it doesn't count. So I always lurk at 1% volume on my second screen. I still get rewards. Oh, cool, cool.
A wise choice.
Following, what is that? Asiac, welcome on in. Thank you for following, much appreciated. How are you today? You don't have to answer if you're shy about chatting, but welcome into the madness. We've been on this, what is this? This is day 5 or day 6 of doing this playthrough. We lost our first attempt in the first hour or two. Great. The sun finally starts to come on. Guess I better plug in my second screen. Yeah, I'm not sure about all the specifics. I know Twitch does everything in their power to make the views as low as possible, which is absolute nonsense, but it is what it is, right? I guess we just got to speed this whole thing up a bit. She's going to be on the verge of breaking for fucking ever. Alright, all of this being said, let's have a party. Let's have a party. Now, I think you should be able to check what toxinades need without researching it. Yeah, let me double check. $10 steel, 1 component, 35 chem fuel. No chem fuel. The packs aren't good because the packs would give us debuff. I think Twitch is why I lost my streak. Yeah, probably. Let's party again, guys. Gotta have a good party. With all of the bad shit going on, because that's just another debuff we just got on there. You can wear tox packs like smoke packs on your back. Mother. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Gas mask, yeah. How? Greedy, pretty wimp, hussar. I mean, psychically deaf is genetic, but like, how are you a wimp if you're a hussar? Check relationship. He does not like Tom or Barb. Tom likes him. Physically appealing, because they're pretty. So Tom... do we have a mule? 0 social? What are we going to feed him, though? I mean, you make a good point. I guess it really doesn't matter. We might as well just send him out the door. Yeah, we gotta... You're right. We gotta get wealth off map, right? Yeah, 4 raiders are too much. Yeah. Okay. I'm not giving him new clothing, though. No, you're not wearing a low shield pack, bud. You know what? I will let you wear the face mask. That's fine. Yep. Yep. Ooh. Alright. Other question, though. Oh. He's a hussar. Do we have them try to take out a Thrumbo? I mean, that's not... Nah, it's not going to happen. Better to mule. Better to mule. Let's mule wealth off map. Maybe even sell that low shield pack because it's a lot of wealth and you're not using it. You know, you say that, but the moment we get somebody on map with ranged weapons, that's not gonna be the case. Yeah, I'm gonna let him wear the tattered Megasloth wool mask. Let's get him in here. All right, so he's going to put on the mask. Let's see what else he wants to put on. No, you don't need the tail cap. Okay, so we're going to send Mother off map. We should butcher the other corpses first, right? We should. Okay, hang on a second here. You just stay right there, sir. You just stay right there. I mean, the thing is we're gonna need the food. So... God. Yeah, exactly. Good to get the leather off the map is right. I'm going to have Com cook a couple of meals. We'll try to actually get Mother there and back. So I'm going to give him some of the meals since the meat might spoil anyway. We could also power toggle this to get this as a freezer because we have the power to do so at the moment. Yeah, I think I just send them. We send them with 6 simple meals and maybe 2 packaged survival meals. 2.9 days. Yeah, I think that's what we got to do because we got to get him off map. Get that wake up out of there. I'll smelt this steel down, the club and everything down. We'll have him. Well, let's make sure we get everything we need on him. That Megasloth wool sash is going to be better than the human leather ones, so sell that. Take the tainted stuff as well. I'm going to keep the normal toque. Not the EMPs, not the smoke launcher. The 25% revolver we could also smelt down, so we'll keep that. Also, I was thinking tox packs because you can put on the gas mask, and if things get out of hand, you can tox gas the front porch and just go inside. True, but we'd have to get gas masks and tox packs. Sparta's just trying to figure out some answers to an impossible puzzle, Asiak. But you know, I keep encouraging Sparta to throw as many ideas at me as humanly possible because it's very difficult to come up with actual answers to this. You're trying, yeah, exactly, and I appreciate that. I really do. Because there have been a couple of times people have thrown out ideas, and that idea doesn't actually do the trick, but it gets my brain working in a direction that actually gets us sorted out. All right, we're going to have him take the simple meals and some of the packaged survival meals. Jesus. I think that's our best bet. We'll have to have, take the uranium. No, keep those. It's not like one of each is adding to our wealth too much. The mech link is honestly something that's adding to our wealth, but we're not going to be able to get another one. If you could buy it cheap, then that would be best outcome. Yeah, we're gonna see what we can buy when we get down there if this dude survives. We are gonna dress him up a little bit though. Actually, hang on. Let me do something real quick. This tainted parka. Let's get you into that tainted parka. Oh, great. He's good down to negative 79. I don't know. Here's the thing is, like, I think those mechs are going to come in massively handy once we get to mid/late game, if we can get there, right? So then it comes down to, like, we're sitting on that, 500 is the market value, sitting on that wealth. So it's one of those things where it's like, I'm not really sure because I'd love to get the wealth off map. But realistically, I'm going to keep these two. So is this ice sheet with a big focus on keeping wealth low? Got to keep wealth low. We're playing on 500%. So until we can actually sustain people, we can't even really feed our people. We're still dealing with eating raiders as they come. We've got two hydroponics basins, but we can't even keep the light on enough until we get more light from the summer to even run them. So it's like we need to keep wealth supremely low just in order to not get raids so big that we get fucked. So keep that around, ditch that. Keep those. I mean, to install it right now and just have the mech that spawns in dormant sleep. I see what you're saying. I mean, possibly, but we don't have, like, our best crafter's Barb. She has no passion in it. I think she's maybe a 6 or something like that. It's kind of a waste to put it in her in that sense, but to get the wealth off, maybe it is worth it. But I mean, Barb is also our oldest pawn and our most beat up pawn. If anybody's gonna get smashed or like, if we're gonna allow anybody to get kidnapped or killed, it's gonna be Barb. And Tom really doesn't have the skills to go into it. I think his crafting is like a 2 or a 3 or something like that. So it's one of those things. We'd be better off selling it if we're gonna do anything with it. But I think we gotta keep it. It was absolutely worth it to smash that stuff up and smelt down the stuff. I tried to get him to install the mech link before when we had a super dock, but nope. Well, you can rip it back out of her. You can? Interesting. I never tried that before. But if she gets kidnapped... Yeah. If she gets kidnapped, we lose the Mechaniter. Yeah, I think we just gotta let it sit. It was well worth it to smash up all that stuff, even to deal with the Scyther. I mean, it did damage Barb's neck, but it is what it is, right? We'll smelt up the steel stuff. The revolver we'll smelt up. Do that right quick, too. That's going to stay. That's going to stay. All the tainted stuff can go. We'll just drop that off map as soon as he gets off map. Okay, back to travel supplies. Ugh. Okay, so if he takes 3 meals, he's already got 3 on him. I think if we go like this, it says 2.9 days. Honestly, I'm not giving him a bedroll either. Well, maybe we should. No. Yeah, no, you know what? Let's give him the bedroll. Yes, no, maybe so. No, we might as well give it to him. It's extra wealth. It's extra wealth. Yeah. Double, triple check. Is it missing anything? No. I'm half tempted to sell the advanced component even, but just in case the research bench breaks down when we get to that point, we're going to need it. I think we got this sorted. Make sure we're not selling any of the goodies. Okay, let's send it. How do we deal with the site stealer, by the way? Oh, Neanderthal raid. Yeah, Neanderthal raid took care of that. Clean first. I don't know. You're all set to 1 on clean. The only thing you'll do before you clean is like... hold on a second. Mother needs everything. And... no drugs. In case they wind up with drugs on them. Okay. Food. Okay, summertime mule action. Wonderful. Guys, I'm going to take another real quick restroom break. Been hydrating a lot. Thank you all for keeping me in that. Doc says I need to put more water in my body, so you've all been greatly helpful. I'm going to run and sort that right quick, and I'll be back in a second. If you like the music, go check out Bobby. Show him some love. All right, we're back on the rim. Thank you all for being patient. I wanted to get the taste of coffee out of my mouth, so I took a moment on break to brush my teeth. You know, gotta do the little things, right? Okay. So Mother is on the road. .6 days until their destination. Let's get some stuff smelted down. Is there a pour gun? I swear there was a pour gun somewhere. Normal. Okay, not a pour one. I think. Oh, maybe I sent him with the pour one. Okay, so the main mood problem we were trying to get over is Tom having a -20 from his son dying. Totally not our fault, right? And now that's off, but Barb has now got a -15 from Tom breaking up with her. So my brain's been spinning for the last 30 minutes. What we might have to do is nutrient paste. I don't disagree. The mood debuff would be extreme. Well, not extreme, but we might. I mean, we've been getting along. We've been just barely getting along without it. So, we just need to put it somewhere. Yeah, the problem with that, Aya, is that Transhumanist comes with a whole bunch of other things that we would need. If we add Transhumanist, yes, we could eat nutrient paste without the debuff, but then they're going to want sleep accelerators and neural supercharges, and the debuff from wanting those things will far outweigh the bonus. We'd be better off eating the nutrient paste without being Transhumanist. I've tried Transhumanist without having that infrastructure, and it is based on wealth, so they won't need as much of that stuff as early on. But as you cross wealth and their expectations rise, yeah, but the moment we start to expand our colony, we're going to get caught in a wealth spiral. You know, we're going to need the infrastructure to account for, like, the moment it kicks in. Yeah. I've done early game Transhumanist. It's not the way to go unless you're specifically doing a themed run. If you're doing a themed run, sure. You know, like, hey, we're going to struggle against the whole thing. You know, you give everybody, like, wooden jaws and stuff to start with the intention of going a lot further, but it's really just not... This is not the way. Let's get the rest of these blocks cut up at least. Actually, we don't even need to get the blocks cut up just yet. Let's start microing the wall rebuild project, which is what we were in the middle of doing before the site stealer came in. Thank you for lurking, Aya. Thank you for being here every day. I know you came in for Mist, and then you've been here every day since, so I appreciate you coming in. I love having you as part of the community. This is what we were doing before that site stealer basically locked us in here. Seem to have a few items for trade. Of course they do, because we just sent all of our wealth off of map. You seriously put the steel outside? You obnoxious so-and-so. Inside. There we go. Another battery. Oh, shit. I forgot to turn off the smelter.
Another battery is not the worst idea, honestly. I just don't know if we can get there. We have 0 money. There is just nothing we can do here. We could sell the human leather button down in theory. But what would that $100 get us? Could pull in a little bit more medicine. We'd get like 3 pieces of medicine or like 3 packaged survival meals. Is that worth doing? I don't think it is, because we're going to need that clothing, and there's no guarantee of more materials coming in the door. Little beard twirling action here. Yeah. All right. Let's do that. Are you bleeding, or is that Tom? Yeah, because that's a reasonable thing to do. Wait, that Thrumbo. Hang on. We've got visitors and a Thrumbo. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Alright, this might be risky, but I think this is worth giving a shot. Alright. Of course you're moving like that. Oh, fuck you. Running from the pop. Ship is passing by. Of course it is. Of course the ship is passing by. Nah, this isn't going to work. Not risky. We literally have nothing we can sell them. That's the problem. Everything we have is stuff that we're keeping for us that we don't have to sell them. It's not even... okay, I will look at it. I will look at it. Yeah, they don't want anything except the human leather bedroll and things that we don't want to sell, like components. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Yeah, you can go and do that, Tom. I don't really care what you do. All right, back to microing the walls. Compacted plasteel is awesome. Okay, Thrumbo is in range. Let's get this wall built so it can't aggro in, and maybe we can pop it. Idiots. Of course. Of course it walks by... Missed the opportunity. Feels bad. And they're leaving. Okay, fair enough. That would have been a nice get. That Thrumbo fur would have gone a long way. Okay, so that thing is... We've actually got our sun lamp back on. Let's start growing this heal root. Shit. That's a good question. I didn't even check. Up here in our meteor section. Apparently meteors land up here. I mean, we've got one little piece of steel. We've got some sandstone. We've got compacted plasteel. We've got jade. We've got some chunks up here. I mean, we're just trying to get through projects. We've got even some uranium down here. We've got 4 more festivals we got to pop off, in theory. Of course, this is... Oh, my God. Can we please just get power for half a goddamn second? I mean, we're kind of hoping for one of our joint events to send someone in who can do some mining. Because if we could get someone in here who can do mining, that we don't want, we could send them out to mine up a bunch of stuff on the map and get us some resources. I'm not willing to send Barb or Tom out to mine that stuff up because it's far away and they're both having mood problems. Barb would be the one to mine, but she's not in any type of condition to do much of anything. So we're just going to continue our focus on getting our walls back up here. Be nice if we can get most of our walls made into something that's not burnable, but we have enough granite that we should be able to get our core base pretty much insulated against getting stuff set on fire. The issue will become that if they start setting stuff out here on fire, because we have mostly steel walls out here, we're gonna have a problem. Low wind. Low wind. You do need to rest. Damn it. This run is a bit intense. I'm not gonna lie. This run is just really intense. No, it's not blocked. These don't block it. These don't block it. We'll make it. I love your enthusiasm, BD. You know what? I think we're better off growing rice. I know that sounds insane, but I know we should do a round of heal root. We need the food. It's gonna take forever because we're gonna have to micromanage that shit. I don't know. Long blades, sure. Oh yeah, the metal horror would have definitely ended the run if we'd have allowed that to happen. As much as I need you to cut those, I need you to actually do this first. Like I said, I'd like to get the corners sorted, but pemmican or packaged survival meals. We have the ability to make both at this point, so I mean, pemmican would be great. The thing that's good about pemmican is, unlike meals, they'll eat just enough to fill their bar. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Little of that lemonade went down the wrong pipe. Slowly but surely. God, that really did fuck me up. Light bulb? I see a light bulb. Hit me with it. Hit me with all the ideas, everybody. Oh, wait. Actually, let's have you eat. Get you back down to... Hi, kitty cat. Sells hen. Yeah, we talked about the hens. We're gonna have to see what they have available down there when we get down there. For sure. You were saying that if you can have hens live off of daylilies and then use the eggs for food. We would have to manage our dirt quite micro-y, but might be worth the effort considering how much micro we've already had to do with all of this stuff. Hi, kitty cat. Give me 1 second, Bubs. Tachyon wants attention. No, you're not quite done working yet, Barb. Oh, shit. I don't have the blocks for that just yet. Quick. Got ahead of myself. That could be a very bad... The rice is probably going to die from that mistake, but, you know, it was bound to happen anyway. Even with that, I thought it through. Even if the chicken eats into our stockpile of food, if they eat pemmican like everybody else, it actually eats less than what it produces for us. It's definitely something to consider. We'll see what the place has down there. Last piece needs to be that one. I'm gonna leave the corners steel. Okay, so other than these corners that are made out of steel, actually this one's got to go. These outer corners I don't care about because I'm pretty sure fire can't spread through the corner there, but they can set these on fire through the corner and then it's inside of our base. So the outer wall of our core base is sorted. Basically this side and this side. Now they can set the doors on fire. If we could get some of that plasteel from up there, we could change the doors out for plasteel. That would be a solid upgrade. That way they can't burn the doors. One day till their destination. Alright, gotta turn the sun lamp off. Microing the lamp. Yeah, they are because the meals say protein, not specifically meat. So yeah, 2 eggs makes a meal. We found that out earlier. So Tom the dummy, Tom, your nose got shattered in a Neanderthal raid, and Barb has a flesh tentacle now, but her toe grew back. This run is so stupid. This run is so stupid. Just as planned, absolutely. And we got a hussar that we've got out on a caravan who has 0 social, so... Combat supplier. Ugh. Would sell my soul for a freaking assault rifle. Doesn't look like they got anything I want anyway, even if we could sell something to get it. Low shield belt wouldn't be bad either. Yeah, there's nothing here we can actually do. All of our wealth is out with our mule. I swear, we had been waiting for ships to pass by for the entire day. The entire day. And the second we sent the mule out, we've had 3 ships come into range, I think, now. No, I don't think so. Doesn't really matter. We can't afford anything. Like, literally, we would have to sell all of our components to be even afford the most basic of weapons they had, so... And that's not going to happen. We need those components to keep stuff repaired. I got to get that vroom vroom emote for those moments. This is such a nuts playthrough. I'm never doing this again. Like, I am never doing this start again. "13 days left on the breakup from Tom." I can't believe we've gone a whole season since they broke up. It was like 30 days, wasn't it? And now we're down to 13, so we've gone a whole season. That was... No. Was it 20 days? I guess it doesn't matter. To see what we should theoretically look towards. Uranium mace is a good melee weapon, especially if you're dealing with mechanoids. But... we could always check the stats, because maces, I don't... Oh, uranium maces would have quality. It's... Slaver. What an interesting day this has been. Okay, so... our boy is over here. Let's see what kind of budget we're working with before we even look at anything. I gotta remember to dump the tainted stuff, too. I don't want that coming back. Sheep wool parka. That'd be nice for a replacement parka. Another insanity lance would be great, but we don't have a grand. Simple helmet would be a nice upgrade. Bison wool toque. Hellcat rifle. Twice as much money as we've got. Yeah, I'd love that insanity lance, but that's about 600 more gold than we actually have on us at the moment. We don't really have any way to get that. Mind numb serum. We might get a couple of mind numb serum. Mind numb serum is a nice... you know, get us through. Although we do need to get homeboy meals to get home. Ugh, okay. Check for a hen. No hen. Dogs, goats, and prisoners. "12-year-old kid that's a tough optimist with a passion in shooting. God, any other playthrough, I'd be about that action. We're running low on medicine, and Mind Numb would get us through some bad raids. Let's see, we can grab 2 Mind Numb serum. We've got steel we can smelt up on the map, so I'm not going to be too worried about that for the moment. I think we got to grab a couple of pieces of medicine. We've been getting beat up pretty bad. I think that's it. 3 medicine, 2 Mind Numb serum, and enough nutrient paste to get him home. Maybe. And unfortunately, that's all it is. We spent a lot of food. That Mind Numb serum's worth it, though. Hi, Tachyon. You want to come say hi to everybody? No, 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 no. No, no. Come here. Come here, bub. Here's the kitty. It's a bit of a mixed bag, Killer, but I think we're doing all right. We lost a nose. There was a breakup. There's a flesh tentacle. We've got a hussar out on a trade. He's treated me worse. Let's put all of our money into getting all of our colonists cat ears. We win if everybody has cat ears. How about that win condition? All right. Let's do it. We're still paused. Let's go into items. Anything tainted, let's get off of them. I mean, I know they're like literally worth like a penny or two in wealth, but they're also, you know, unsightly, so... we've got a simple meal, 4 nutrient paste, 2 packaged survival meals, and a handful of berries. They should be able to get home. Yeah. Can you kick Randy's ass for me, Killer? I'd really appreciate it. Let's get that flicked on while we've got a little bit of power. Yes, batteries can be moved. Solar and windmills cannot. Much easier. I'm going to kill him because I am a killer after all. Yep, absolutely. Oh yeah, I forgot that there's a slaver on map. This would be the opportunity if we had a thrumbo. Alright, it's a little early, but what I want to do is use Tom to haul a few things in while we've got people on map. Store up power. Yeah, the battery is probably the best call of things we could do to keep our power going. Daughter of colonist Tom. Yeah, let's not screw this up then. Second solar might be the best. Yeah, second solar and another battery would probably be the next moves. Hey, buddy. Look, I love you so much, but if you knock my water over and fry my electronics, I might have to eat you. Yeah, if we could get a second solar and a second battery up, and then get 2 more hydroponics basins down, we'd be sitting pretty, at least for now. They only sell slaves. They don't sell anything else. The funny thing is we wouldn't have even been able to use them to kill a Thrumbo, because of course if we'd aggroed a Thrumbo to that group, Tom's daughter would have died, guaranteed. Man, we are getting all the random events right now. No. Just travelers passing through, like, hey, you know, we're just gonna walk on by. I did forbid the site stealer. Thank you. I'm just gonna have him keep hauling stuff in, though. Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly, so we're talking about what we would do for the next playthrough and everything. If we lose this attempt, do you guys want me to start over again? I'll ask you guys, because we've got a good crew in here. We've got people that have been coming in regularly. Like, I'd like to get a W. Oh, thank you, Tom. Much appreciated. I'll check that out after some chilling here. So yeah, my question to all you guys who are here for Rimworld: if we lose this attempt, I don't want to jinx it or anything, but if we lose this attempt, do we just start a new attempt on Ice Sheet, or do we swap over to something else? Do we do an extreme desert, or do we do like a tribal? Do we do some sort of themed run? Do we, you know, what do you guys think? Because for me, like, definitely, if and when we get a W on Sea Ice, I'm never doing it ever again. Oh, you know what? That might be a good idea for an interim one, Killer. I mean, I'm not gonna do a full length interim one. You can do whatever. Ice Sheet, we tried, could come back later, but don't quite know. Finish it at least. Oh yeah. I'm not giving up on the run by any means. I'm just saying if things go completely sideways, and we do have to like start a new run because we lost this one, would it be what would be everybody else's preference? Because when I decided I wanted to do Ice Sheet, that was like, I am dead sure that I want to do Ice Sheet. But if whether we win or we leave this, if we lose, I'm not sure what I would do next. Last time I wasn't sure. Like last time we were doing Anomaly, I was like, I definitely want to do Ice Sheet after Anomaly, but after Ice Sheet, I don't know what I want to get into. If it does go sideways, I'm sure I'd find Desert as much fun as this. If you have more fun on other map, do that. This is heavily assuming if you lose it, and I mean, this is heavily assuming. Maybe try it as a Sanguiphage. That'd be an interesting one. Yeah, I mean, I'm not assuming we're going to lose, but I want to keep conversation going. Yeah, being that the Sanguiphage would need to death rest, that would be interesting. We'd really have to like come up on a good weapon for our human friend. Yeah. Well, Tom actually wanted to see what would happen if we did Mechaniter start on Ice Sheet, because you know you start with the mech, it's a single person. You could pick someone who has the Recluse trait because at that point you know, they're mostly going to be alone for the whole time anyway, so it would actually kind of work out. Your wealth does start a little higher, but if we build everything we have into something, of course, then it's a matter of do we actually use the mechs and deal with the waste building up, or you know, dump that somewhere. So, I mean, we've done Rich Explorer. We lost the first attempt. We're on the second attempt. I don't know. I'm optimistic about this attempt still. Like, this is not. I'm not by any means saying we should stop. I'm just trying to keep a conversation going because you know I want to make sure that when and if the time comes, again, whether it's a victory or a loss. So I was just curious what you guys want to see next. Yeah, Rip Killer. Killer was the first colonist. You know, he could kill a Muffalo, but couldn't hit a raider to save his life, quite literally. Gun turrets are garbage. Turrets are absolute dog shit. The only thing I use turrets for is in case of drop pod raids, because if you have an open path to a turret, the drop pod raids will go for it, which will prevent them from smashing up your base. But they are not accurate and not very helpful at all. Yeah. The only time turrets are good is if you're playing against the modded storyteller. Fuck, what's the one? Not Winston Waves, the other one that keeps hitting you. There's a modded storyteller that the turrets do double damage. I forget his name. Tom, do you remember? It's the one that Adam played against. It's basically constant raids. And if you... Igor. Yeah, Igor and Vader. With Igor and Vader as the storyteller, it boosts the turrets to double. So they actually wind up being decent. But even Adam was wound up going into a Killbox. And I think he used them earlier on, but I think eventually once he got a proper Killbox and enough colonists for overwhelming firepower, I do think he eventually stopped using them as well. Alright, Mother is almost home with our stuff. You always want to wear that friggin' low shield pack, don't you? Okay, so how do we deal with Mother? We got wealth off map. We're definitely not keeping them because we can't keep a Hussar alive. What do we do with Mother? Do we freeze them type of thing? I mean, turrets are great bait, but they get destroyed and they're expensive bait, is what it comes down to. What do we do with Mother? The village, go raid that. Oh, the ancient complex or the worship village. I mean, I guess we could send them doing that, but I mean, at that point, we're basically throwing meals away. I mean, we don't currently have a colonist died. It might. I think we just got to go with our classic method. Maybe we'll, even though they're like not a good miner, maybe we'll just have them mine until they die. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna strip them naked and send them to. Going for the plasteel. I'd like to swap our doors out for plasteel. I mean, I doubt he's going to actually even get any mined before he either dies or falls over from hypothermia. You have got to be kidding me. Another ship. Hang on. We gotta... I'm gonna drag everything in here, and then I'm gonna move this thing. This thing. And that's tainted, so we're not going to worry about it. They're not going to want to buy any of it, but yeah, exotic goods traders never want to buy a goddamn thing. Okay. Calm down, Nether. Calm down. Yeah, he's not even going to get a single one of those done. Remember we were talking about goals at the beginning of this stream? And I was just like, yeah, we gotta have goals, but I'm not even sure if we can, like, have goals. We just gotta wait for the right opportunity. Yeah, we're just kind of... Yeah, Eclipse. Wonderful. This windmill would just stay at that level forever, we'd be set. Just looking at the grid excess. And guys, we got a little under an hour left. Yes, got to ban some people. And ban. We got a little under an hour left in stream. As usual, if we get to the end and there's a few things we got to clean up, we'll... Yeah, cowboy hats are also better in the heat. Cowboy hats and dusters are great. Like if we do an extreme desert, that's what we're gonna wind up. That's what we're gonna wind up using. You think he's gonna actually get here? Good night, BD. We'll be back again tomorrow to do some Oxygen Not Included, and then more Rimworld on Friday. If anybody's part of the Discord, after I grab a dinner after stream, we're going to be hopping into the Discord to play some Magic and play some Civ 6. Yeah. Okay. This is problematic. I don't want him eating anything. Yep, that's gonna happen. Your friend died. Your friend. It was someone you thought was pretty. Oh, are you talking about for selling? Yeah. Cowboy hats, tail caps, sashes. I think all of those are reasonably inexpensive to make. Well, we made a meal out of berries. They're light and sell cheap. If I was worried about things being heavy, we'd be in a very different playthrough. We literally don't even have enough of anything to worry about weight. It's the return trip where we want to buy steel and bring the steel back that's more worrisome than the on the way trip. God, I don't even know what to do. We need to get through the next 9.7 days, Barb. It's kind of too bad she's not a body modder. That flesh tentacle would make up for itself. She'd have, like, body modder satisfied because of the flesh tentacle. We need to smelt some stuff up. Yeah, probably gonna do that here in a second. I mean, yes and no, because we're getting 0 power from solar at the moment. Hey, Daedra, welcome on in. Do a quick shout out for Daedra over here. Daedra Flame, how you doing? That's not how I do a shout out. Gotta do D-A-E-D-A. Flame. There you go. Guys, Daedra also streams Rimworld and some other stuff. Wonderful person. Also part of the neurodivergent crowd, ADHD status. So, you know, much love and much respect. Yeah, how you doing? I don't know if you've seen any of this, Daedra, but this is like day 5 or 6 that we're streaming, and this is the progress we have. We have 2 pawns in this little shack made of random materials. Finally today got enough material to not have steel walls on our core base, so they can still burn our outer walls around our power stuff, but Jesus, this is just insane. We're just talking about how I'm never gonna do this start again. So whether we win or lose, I think this will be the. I want to get a victory though. I really want to get a victory. But this is such a different animal than an average Rimworld playthrough. Such a good player, there, bro. Who? Me or you? Or what are we talking about, player? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're definitely playing on some hard mode nonsense. Saving Jeanette. No information. Not willing to deal with that. I mean, we are just on a slow grind. Doesn't even matter what we research. I'm just keeping him researching so he has something to do. Oh, the eclipse is ending. Oh, no. Yeah, we're literally just dealing with stuff. Tom was our first colonist. He had no health problems up until the last raid. Got his nose shattered, but the Insanity Lance saved our ass. Got a few meals out of that. We could do another party right quick. Might be party time. Did that dude actually mine a single piece of plasteel? I wouldn't be surprised if not now. God, what an insane playthrough. What are you up to, Daedra? What have you been streaming lately? What have you been playing lately? What's the score? Alright, let's do another party. Yeah, major break risk. Barb's probably going to have to grab that Mind Numb Serum. Oh my god. Rimworld, the people are controlling my colony. Gotcha. So you're doing like a Rim Connect type thing? We were just talking. I might do that as an in-between after this playthrough. I always talk about that, and I never quite do it. This is not going well. Alright, let's try this again. No other real option. I mean, we could give her the Mind Numb, but it's kind of a waste. We only have 2 of them. If this goes badly, she's going to have to take the Mind Numb. We need to get her through without causing any more damage to property, mood, or the other colonist. You are kidding me. I think this only lasts 2 days, though, right? 2 days. And then how long do all these bad debuffs go? Oh, God. Boring party times 2. Yeah, it's only a -2. It's not like the end of the world. Do you deal with people spawning hundreds of rats and chickens? With a smile. With a smile. I've never done Rim Connect. If I do Rim Connect, it's not with the intention of winning the run. It's with the intention of having a meme of a good time. I don't anticipate ever actually doing a full run through with anything like that. Same thing with Ani, because they have Twitch integration as well. Really? Really? I wouldn't stress over it, honestly. There's 2 ways chat can go when you're dealing with that stuff. That is, they can be extremely helpful, and then the run, in my opinion, doesn't feel like you actually did it because chat did it for you. And then the other way is that chat tries to kill you, and that only ends one way. Chat kills you. At least from what I can tell. So if I was going to do a run, your PC is going 11 FPS? That is, no. Twitch chat is worse than Randy Random on Flake, Yayo, and Heroin at once. Nice. Yeah, probably. 11 FPS. Yeah, I would imagine if they're spawning in that many chickens. So you're not talking about win or lose. You're talking about how do you make your PC handle it. I don't think there is a way. Even with all the recent optimizations they did in 1.5, I feel like that's just kind of... That's going to be too much pathing problem. Randy is a saint compared to Twitch chat. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree on that one. Are these Muffalo coming close by? To ban the people doing it for warning them or warning. Yeah, I mean, you could go into the Twitch integration and disallow stuff like that. If I do Rim Connect, I would absolutely go in and adjust things. If it's going to be some ridiculous event that's going to tank my computer out, I would just remove it. Or put the numbers down. Like, instead of allowing them to spawn in 100 chickens, just allow them to spawn in 10 chickens. You know what I mean? And if that doesn't sort it out, then remove it entirely. But you can definitely go into that and take things off. I don't think I would even remotely consider doing a Rim Connect playthrough with the default settings. I'd probably go in and take off most stuff and just leave a few key things that make sense. Of, oh shoot, you need more resources, try to give them a few. Yeah, you know, like if someone's going to send resources or send a raid or like you know, get you a pawn or send you an event, that's cool. Either way, good or bad events, as long as they're like within the normal context of the game. If someone's going to drop, you know, 900 chickens on you to try and break your computer, that's not fun in my opinion. Yeah, ask away, ask away. Happy to give feedback. Again, I've never done a Twitch integration Rimworld stream. We've talked about it many times, but it's never quite become a thing. All right, let's try something. Can we get ahead of these guys? Okay. That scattered them. Divide and conquer. I love Room Connect, but people wanted to fuck with my colony, so I didn't put it back in. Feel like I was being made fun of rather than just having fun. I mean, I am looking for things that make sense. Yeah. For anybody who doesn't know what I just did there, you can actually target a sleeping spot. It could be an animal sleeping spot, baby sleeping spot, whatever. So if you need to split up groups of animals like we just did, you put a sleeping spot near them and shoot at it, and they'll get afraid of you shooting, and they'll all run in panic. I put it in a spot where I was hopeful that something like that would happen, and it worked. 3 of them ran off up, and 1 of them ran down, allowing us to actually do some damage. Yeah, you could also... Thank you. I try. I learned things from everybody else, too. I learned about calorie efficiency doing this run. I think Sparta was the one that was telling me. Your colonists will go to eat a meal when they hit 20% of calories, but a meal gives you 90% nutrition. So if you're doing an extreme challenge like this, it's often better to manage the manage the meals manually. Yeah. You can always put timers up too, Daedra. Like, yeah, okay, you can send me, 20 chickens, but you can only do it once every 3 hours. Oh yeah? That's fantastic. Tell us a little. Is it how many colonists you got? How long you been in it? Is everybody beat up? Oh, I didn't mean to turn the wall light off. I meant to turn this thing off. I think 5 colonists, 2 farms. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm working on it, Sparta. I think that food wandering on was a lot more important. Naked brutality strive. Nice. We're on 500% losing is fun. And as the title says, no traps or kill boxes, so fun. I'm surprised we've gotten as far as we have. This is the second attempt. First one ended in like an hour or 2. Alright, when this battery fills up, instead of flicking the solar back on, I'm going to have her smelt down the slag so we can get another solar panel. Ugh, what a nightmare this is. Tom is a lucky charm for cold colonies. Yeah, absolutely. We were just talking about what we might do after this one, Daedra. I'm thinking, we were talking about maybe doing Extreme Desert after this, going the other way. I do feel like Extreme Desert would actually be easier than this, because at least you have access to wood from, like, cactus, and there's, even though the land is not good to plant in, you can at least plant some potatoes here and there. I feel like, and then, like, you know, passive coolers, right? If you've got enough wood to put a passive cooler or two together, not the worst thing, not the worst thing. I mean, compared to what we've had to go through on this one, I feel like Extreme Desert might be a little easier, but, you know, there's also, I'd like to do, 5 different race tribal start, where you do like an Impid, a Genie, Dirt Mole, Pigskin, and Itakeen. You know, all 5 different ones. I wouldn't go with Hussar, High Mate, or, Waster. Those are just asking for trouble. Thank you for lurking, Daedra. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Thank you for coming in, asking questions, talking. Hopefully I was helpful. Yeah, I love you too, dude. $36 rice. Let's get that slag refined down, because we need as much uptime as we can have. Ah, shit. It is the 8th of Jugust. We are 8 days into summer. We do not have a lot of sun left, and then it's just going to go offline again. God, is it better to put down a solar panel or a battery? Okay, so how much steel do we have? We have 146. So this gives us a couple of options. We could do a battery, we could do another solar panel, or we could put down another hydroponics basin. I think the hard part is with another hydroponics basin, we're just compounding our problem of not having enough power to make this work. Another solar panel seems great in theory. The problem with that being, we're going to go into winter and have zero light. Like, we've got a handful of time. I'm kind of thinking another battery might be the play, because at least then we could keep this lamp on for the next. Rice takes what, like something like 3 days in regular soil, so we might be able to knock out like 3 or 4 rotations of rice if we can keep that lamp on. I'm thinking battery. What do you guys think? Well, that is true. I honestly feel like the panel or the battery are straight up just a flip of the coin. It really comes down to how much this turbine, the wind turbine, stays going. You know what? I think the battery is the way to go, just because when we get to winter, we're still going to need the power to be on, and we're not going to have the solar panel. We might be able to actually gimp our way through a little bit of growing. This solar is outputting 1,300, which is less than half of what we need for the lamp. The windmill, however, is at 2,580. Lamp requires 2,900 when it's on. Each of these requires 70.
A wise choice.
Thank you for subbing, miss. I appreciate that. Johnny Cat always used to say primes are love. So I appreciate that a lot.
This is all I do. I've been sick for a very long time, so surgeries and such. So it's nice to have people who, you know, support me. I may eventually have to get a normal job, but honestly, I'm gonna sell every piece of music gear that I have from my old career before I do that. That's one of the things I got to get on top of here. All right, we got some pemmican coming in. Yeah, when I use solar for the sake of keeping up with the solar lamps, I usually go for 3 per lamp on a normal map, normal playthrough. So no place to haul it, of course. Batteries have a 50% efficiency, meaning they take in only half of grid excess power. For example, an excess of 200 watts for 24 hours will only store 100 watts. Power is evenly divided between all connected batteries. There is no limit or penalty for power output. Right. If we had the space, I'd almost say let's put down another windmill, but we would have to expand our walls substantially, and in the wrong direction too. We'd have to expand this out to be longer so that they could face each other. That would be the most efficient expansion. I should have flipped this the other way. Things to think about next time we play. No, Tom. Let's keep you on work, bud. Researching. Yeah, the input's the problem, not the output. It's legitimately a really difficult call. It is like legitimately a super difficult call. I'm inclined to go into... God, I don't even know. Literally, I was like, we should go solar. No, we should go battery. I have no fucking idea. At the moment, we're on and we're running. We have a little bit of a grid excess. I mean, this thing, I think, is off for the day, or is it off for plant resting period? Okay. $100 steel, 30 components. Okay, I'm going to do it. We're going to put in another solar. Now, you guys might be wondering why I'm putting it there instead of up here. I don't want any... I want this as far away from outer walls as possible, because if a raider comes in and immediately starts punching things, we're going to have a bad time. It's already bad enough that the wind turbine's right up against it. Power capacity. Keep in mind that charge efficiency is only 50%. Half of the excess energy is lost. This is particularly irrelevant when planning a sun lamp setup. The lamp draws 2,900 watts during the day and 0 watts during the night for an average of around 1595. Yeah. Oh, Tom, no. No, sweet summer child. Oh, you're hauling. You're not actually building. Okay, fair enough. All right, Barb's on a daze. Average power 1595 is not sufficient, only enough to power the lamp for 6 hours. Simply adding more batteries will not change this. The problem is the lack of energy. In this scenario, adding another solar generator would be enough to power the lamp. So, while yes, you are right about the battery. Yeah, all right. Put it in. It's on the chopping block, but Barb is on a daze at the moment. God, I wish I even knew what was going on. We're at 21,642 wealth. God. So, it's almost impossible for us to go up to a third colonist at this point. Because at 21,000 wealth and 3 colonists, we can get ridiculous... Yeah, that graph's insane. I think this is when we lost a colonist. Might be when we lost Rachel. I think this might have been when we brought on... I don't even know. That was enemy raid, flesh beast attack. Okay, that was the end of last stream. So since then we've had Manhunter pack, enemy raid, and enemy raid. I mean, we've got our rituals. Why are you wandering outside? .8 days. Okay, fair enough. It's a balancing act. We need more power to charge the battery, and we need more battery so that while it's charging, it's actually getting enough power. So we're gonna go with a solar generator. And we're just gonna gimp along here. There is more steel on the map. Like, we've got 2 chunks up there and 2 chunks down here. We've got a crashed spaceship and 2 chunks here. So if we get enough of a break that we can actually haul in and smelt down all the stuff we've got on map, then we actually have enough to do both. Not as sacrificial, right. I mean, that would be the best way to get a colonist. If we get a good colonist from a ritual, that would be the best way, because they'd be coming on as our ideology, so we wouldn't have to recruit or convert them. Literally, the problem is that we're too wealthy to get to a third colonist. Like, we're basically at the point where before we can take on a third colonist, we have to have a full set of good gear for them. Like, we'd have to have an extra shock lance and a good gun before we could get the colonist. All right, this has got to stop. Barb's getting Mind Numb Serum. That should get her through the problems with being arrested, so... She can't be on a daze out there. That's just not going to work for me. Low colonist count. Wonderful. This is just fucking out of control. Realistically. Let me double check something. I'd say wealth density is pretty hard on Psychite T. Like a small. Remember when we got that mech cluster? That was right after we had like 30 Psychite, 30 or 40 Psychite, because we had it drop from the sky and we processed it to get it, and then we were gonna sell it. Yeah, I mean, a couple of T's probably wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but I think processing this rice into pemmican is still going to be a better deal. But I mean, we got 2 solar panels, so it is what it is. I'm saying it's not, but when the other mind numb serum goes out, yep. I'm just trying to get her through Tom breaking up with her. Like, that's legitimately what we're trying to do here. Like, once the breakup debuff goes, we're not in a bad spot. By the time the tea grew and got processed, Tom broke up with me would be over. So I don't think we'd actually be able to get. If we already had it, it would be a good option. But since we don't already have it, I don't think it's worth stopping the rice. The rice is at 31%, and we don't have too many days of summer left. So. Real Barb would give a fuck about breakups. For sure. I think any normal human being would. I know I would. Oh, okay. Hang on. I forgot something. We have 61 Muffalo wool. What can we replace? Face mask at 10%. Oh, fabric can't be Muffalo wool? Wait, it could totally be wool. What? Does it need to be in a zone? Is that my problem? Probably. Come on now. Muffalo wool is on that list. What do you mean? There is 6... Oh, that's blue fur. That's not Muffalo wool. Or... Ah, right, because that's what you get from butchering it. Right. My bad. So that's not going to work. Alright. That parka... How much does a parka cost? Because a blue fur one is going to work a lot better than... 80, more than we have. How's everybody's button downs doing? You don't have a button down because you're in a Thrumbo fur tribal wear. That would get her an extra little bit of mood. Cloth parka. It's blue fur instead of muffalo. Well, I'm sure you heard me say that when I did that. Two can't be done. We already have a tail cap in case we want to do that. I feel like there's nothing we can really make that benefits us directly, but we could process some of the materials. At least we don't have to deal with the fact that Tom is getting lower expectations because of their Wayfinder role. And we're not getting the debuff either because the role just doesn't exist anymore. I'm tempted to have her make another button down because button downs sell often. I think our sashes are in good condition after our changeover here. Yeah. Hydrate, posture check, and stretch. I can do those things. Let me pour myself a little bit more water. Okay. Alright, while she's mind numbed up, how's our food situation? Alright, let's speed this along. I'm gonna queue up a button down, I think. Because that could be helpful. That flesh tentacle's doing work. Alright, so... Oh, and stretch, right. Okay, okay. Oh. Oh my god, yes. Okay. Alright, we got a little bit of a mood boost from that. No joint event, which is fine at this point, quite honestly. You heard the back crack? That's awesome. Yeah, I always say I want to get a kitty cam and a back microphone. Get our last party off the ground. We can reform our ideology, so it's not actually our last party. We can reform and get more. Wanderer joins Justin. Nervous fast walker, plants, animals, crafting, 0 shooting. Ugh. Scratch, scar, painful. Wake up addiction. Guess what we can't do? I mean, we could mule him. Alright, let's think about that for a hot second, though. So here's the problem with muling him. I honestly think we would spend more wealth, we would spend more in food. Like, we would send him there, he would sell everything we sent him with, which wouldn't be very much, and he'd have enough money to buy the food to come home. So I don't think we can really do that. I think this is just another send him to the cold feet zone. Do you have any mining ability? Let's try and have him mine. Oh, he'll die before he gets there if we don't give him food. We could have him take wealth off the map just to dump it. Let's think about this for a second. Right, like, tactically speaking here, if we have him leave all of his items and we freeze him to death and then eat him, our wealth goes up. If we send him off map with wealth, we're more or less just have to, like, let him get lost out there. We'll get colonist lost instead of colonist banished, but we'd get wealth off of map. That is provided, of course, that we have enough food for ourselves. He is bringing in 2 simple meals, which we would forbid until... Are we going to wealth dump? That becomes the question. Are we going to wealth dump? Because he's not going there and coming back. That'd be a waste. This is before he comes online, 21. We're up to 20. He's worth $2,000, which is not what we want on map. From the village. I kind of like that idea. Justin, how would you like to go stab some tribals? One day. The question then does become, do we have him dump some wealth while he goes out there? Steel gibbet cages or any steel in the village is nice, and then you can just send him to cold feet. Yeah. Do we want to dump any wealth off map becomes the question while he's here. %50 cloth mask. Portuk. Send him with that and actually put it on him. That thing. That can go. That can go. Okay, we do have a bunch of stuff we can just dump. I mean, not a bunch of stuff, but a handful of things we can dump off. Yeah, if he dies out there, oh well, is absolutely right. I think we do send him... Yeah, let's just send him with this stuff, get some of the wealth off map. I'm going to let him take 2 simple meals. We're not going to let him take the bedroll. He's got 2 on him, so if we let him take 2, he should have enough food to get there and back. No. We're not even going to send him. He's got 1 day of food with what he has on him. That's enough to get there. Then if he survives, he can take whatever's there and eat it. If he doesn't survive, we lost him, and it's not our fault, so... Alright. Yeah. You eat if you can... You can kill... You can eat what you kill. Hold on. Hold up. Bulk goods trader. Hold on. We have that 4 wood that's been sticking around forever. Hang on. Let me offload stuff real quick before we even look. I like to check out my budget before I actually dive into these things. We could sell those bedrolls. Actually, yeah, I think I am going to sell those bedrolls. We've had extra bedrolls for so long now. We might as well get 200 bucks out of it. All right, what do we got up here? Goose, goat, pigs, donkeys. No hens. They have some devil strand. They have more mind numb. Is it a goose couple? It is a goose couple. Bird skin, trainability none, female, filth rate 6. Ugh. Seeds, live plants, meals, processed foods, liquor, kibble. I really don't want to deal with these animals. Do you know how much food poisoning we're going to wind up because we're not going to be able to keep the barracks clean? And the moment our power has problems, they're going to die of hypothermia. Can't zone them away from our rice crops, so even if we have daylilies, I don't think I'm willing to go the goose or the chicken route. I just don't think it's worth the micromanagement. I mean, it's probably worth the micromanagement, hypothetically speaking, but... I think we'd be almost better off buying beer and medicine. I'm not willing to deal with it. I'm just not willing to deal with it. I'd honestly rather have a couple of more mind numb serums and some medicine. We've been dealing with problems and like infections and flu and stuff like that. Maybe the chicken eggs instead. I mean the goose eggs? Yeah, I appreciate it. No, I don't take anything as you guys telling me how to play. Everybody's throwing suggestions out. At the end of the day, I'm going to make the call. Yeah, it's 2 eggs to make a meal, so it would be 28 bucks for a meal, but given how much issues we have with mood breaks, I'm very inclined to just grab a couple of my, like, I say we get 3 mind numb serums and 8 medicine. We've been dealing with a lot of problems. Goose eggs are 1. Okay. 14 bucks for a meal. What are they selling meals for? 23. So yeah, it'd be better to buy the eggs than to buy meals, but we've got pemmican, we've got some buffalo meat left. Our rice is actually on point. I don't think we have to worry about food as much as we have to worry about medicine and mood. Honestly. I think I'm going to do it this way. Guys. Yep, I'm calling that good. Wait, we didn't... Those cloth pants should not be here. Can we sell those? Do they not want them? There they are. It's an extra 26 bucks. Oh, dang it. Hang on. There we go. I feel from the meeting, free from the meeting from meeting. Gotcha, gotcha. We have another cold feet person that we almost sent off map. Okay. We finished out our summoning rituals. Justin is up here. No, I don't want to... I stripped him and sold his clothes. He's not even going to make it there before he falls over. He's dinner. Okay. We are at the 6-hour mark, though, guys. I think that's actually a good spot to end it. When we come back on Friday, Justin will meet his demise. We'll reform the ideology so we can do a couple of more summoning rituals. We've got enough power going at the moment to keep everything in here frozen, even though it's above freezing in sometimes a couple of days here. We have 4 Mind Numb serums to get through stuff. Barb is Mind Numbed up for another 12 hours, and she should be able to get through her breakup with Tom. If her mood dips once she gets off of it, we've got 4 Mind Numb serums to get her all the way through. Or in case we need to... you know, I don't want them eating those simple meals. Just in case... turns out Justin here was a metal horror sent in disguise. So yeah, I think we hit the old save and quit to menu, and we see who's online, see if we can raid out to someone else who's playing some Rimworld. And if nobody who's playing Rimworld is on, we'll raid out to a friend or whatever. What do we got? Oh, Warren's on. I always like raiding Warren. Yeah, let's raid over to Warren. Good dude. Very good dude. Alright. We're going to raid to Warren 333. He is doing 500% no pause. And I believe he's still working on his first anomaly W. So let's go over, show some support. I'm going to go grab some food, but then I'll be in Discord playing some Magic and some Civ 6. So if you guys want to come and hang out, feel free to drop in. Lobbies are always public. No need to ask. Just come and say hi. I'll see everybody tomorrow for some Ani, and we'll get some more Ice Sheet on Sea Ice on Friday. Take care, everyone. Be well.